Hello, you guys. I probably should have did the countdown, y'all. This is like maybe I should do the countdown. What y'all think? That's what I'll do. Let me do the countdown. Hello, you guys. How is everyone doing? Yeah, the mic is on. Hey, natural born queen. I was not gonna get on tonight, but I decided to get on. I've been frustrated all day. I messed around. I'm on a case that's got me frustrated. It does like ever so often I'll have a case that frustrates me, and I think the reason I'm so frustrated even right now is because I started not to take it. I had already said, the case like what I'm on now, I normally I don't take a whole lot of cases like that. And right off the bat it's got me a little frustrated. But I gotta pray, which I am going to do when I get off of it before I go to bed, as I always do. But it's just kind of got me out of alignment because I kind of feel like, and you have, lawyers and people and stuff to do that all the time. They won't tell you everything. Like lawyers like to play with words too, especially when they want you to take a case, when they want to bring you on. Um, yeah. Anyways, let me speak to everybody. That's why I got on here, because I was sitting here, and I hate when I sit here and I start thinking too much about what I should do. Like, because I was not told everything. And it's just kind of got me frustrated because I'm gonna have to, it's but hey, it ain't no needing. Let's see, Natural Born Queen is on here. Laura Williams, Harold Stewart. Hey, Harold. Hakia. Hakia, I don't see your ranch. Kim is on here. Hakia, do you have your ranch? She's one of my new moderators. Miss Lachelle, Lady Ray, Antonio, Letitia. Hakia, let me know if you got your ranch, because I can't see it on here. I just got on for a few minutes, y'all, so we could have an open chat. Um, on Friday, I am going to have a guest, and we're gonna do an update on a show. Actually, a show that I did in the past. Of a missing person. I told y'all her husband. I feel like her husband had killed her. Okay, thank you, Kim. Her sister is going to be on. Okay, her sister is going to be on Friday, of course. So we're gonna start doing updates on like missing persons and cold cases and stuff like that. And then we're gonna still talk about this Doss case too, because I know so many people are interested in this Doss situation, because it's a lot of it. This Doss situation is extremely interesting too. And plus, everybody wants justice for Dow. Um, yes, as you all come into the room, please hit the like button. Like I said, I got on. I can't believe I got on at 11 o'clock tonight. I'm stressed out. So I was like, well, let me get on, because if I sit here and start thinking too much, I'll get upset. I'll get upset, but it's my fault because I know when people want you to when they want you to take you know, they'll play with words. Of course, it's my fault because we have contracts and stuff, and I just it's got me. It's all good. We're gonna work it, and we're gonna do what we need to do. It ain't no problem. But I see what I see, and it has had me frustrated and in a bad mood all day long. Yeah. Um. Happy you came on. Thank you, Miss Sakia. Miss Sakia is one of my new moderators. I got a couple other moderators too. That's new. 901 TNT in the house. That's Memphis 901. The Makra is in the house. Yeah. I was just getting on tonight so that we could have open conversation. I was thinking about even, in my frustration today of how mindful we have to be, especially when we have people around us. Like I was saying, the guys that work for me, they are very, very grounded. And I'm so thankful for them because it's real easy for me to, especially when I start looking deep into stuff, to get frustrated. When I say frustrated, when I feel like somebody has left out a detail or tried or misled me purposely, it makes smoke come out of my ears. It makes smoke come out of my ears, but it's all good though. It's all good. You know, um, you always have to be absolutely, Miss Laura. You always have to be very careful. You always have to be very careful. Um, if it wasn't for a crime and a shame today, and then I got another, I got it. I was sitting in my office. Today has just been the day. I promise you. Oftentimes when people, I normally don't take walk-ins. Anybody that they have to call, but somebody, because I like appointments only. And we normally don't even open the door for nobody unless it is an appointment. And oftentimes, either myself or my investigator will meet somebody out at a location. And I promise you, with all of my frustration, because I started looking into the case and I saw that lawyer didn't tell me everything, it made me flaming hot. When I say flaming mad, it made me so mad it has thrown me off balance a little. And um then was a lady came in today. I took her case. It was an infidelity case, and I promise you, she wanted me to be her counselor, and I was all stressed out. But she wanted, people like to talk. I guess because I got that personality. When they come in, I'll sit there and I'll listen because I'll be quiet. But you know, after about an hour and a half, because see, I'll give a free 15-minute consultation. But an hour and a half, I had to have been thrown off a little bit to let her sit there that long. But hey, she took she wanted me to be her counselor, and I was off balance today. I said, Lord Jesus. Um, let's see. Hello, Tamara. How have you been, gorgeous? I've been good, Ken. Thank you. I was a little frustrated today, but I'm gonna pray though, because like I said, I've been mad all day. That's why I got on here with y'all, because we normally get on here and we talk about stuff, and it'll take my mind off of that. Yeah. So what do we want to talk about tonight? Let's talk about I got on here and I really didn't have. You say you need a CASO, or you mean a counselor? Did you see that Yo Gotti is bringing his birthday bash back to Memphis in July? Very calculated and narcissist of him. Yeah, it is. Um, I tell you, we're gonna see how that works out. Miss T, you have a caring spirit and you are awesome. Thank you, Miss Lynn. Oh, that makes me feel so much better. Kind words are everything. Ken Dewey says, gotta live by the mantra, and this too shall pass. Thank you, Ken. But I did. I saw that. I saw where he's bringing his birthday party and stuff back. And we're going to see how that turns out. You know, like I said, this thing with Dolph, it's not just about vlogging, because I don't know. I hear a lot of people say they get real big YouTube checks. I do. I have not gotten a big YouTube check. So, I mean, they say, they make thousands and thousands of dollars. But so I get on here because and get on here and talk about this stuff because I truly, truly care. You know, that is my passion. This Dolph situation, I initially thought I would just talk about it, but as I think the more you talk about stuff, the more personal it becomes sometimes, oftentimes. Hello, TLO. Was your Gotti not having parties or concerts in Memphis before Dolph's demise? You know, whenever they had them from, I think, who was that asked me? Letitia? Remy, you're not going to start. I'm not playing. From my understanding, they was always over at that restaurant, I think. See, I have not really kept up with him, but I don't know a whole lot, you know, that he's, really done, to be honest. I don't. Um, when I would hear about parties, I thought they was over there at that restaurant. But he said he's bringing it back, and he said it's going to be at the FedEx Forum. So it leads me to believe that maybe he was having them there before. I just didn't know anything about them. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff that they claim they bringing back and got going on, I never knew it existed before. So, I know I'm not a hermit or anything. Because I would hear about it. I didn't hear about it. Letitia says, yes, I'm in Delaware, but I'm a Dolph fan. That's right, it's Dolph. Delaware. So Delaware is by it's close to New York. How far are you all from New York City? New York is my favorite city, y'all. I love New York City. It is so eclectic. And whenever I go, I'm never there any longer than 5 days, but I miss it so much when I leave. Like, I can see the lights. It is so easy. But New Yorkers are like, "Are you crazy?" I have a friend um that I'm gonna get him to come on here. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get him to come on here because he's got a story, and it's gonna be funny how I ended up meeting him. It's gonna be so funny. But he's a real cool guy. But they go, "Are you crazy? Are you crazy?" Um, we would be sitting at a pizza parlor like down in Times Square, and we would go, okay, well, we got to get back to the hotel. The lights are so bright, it's so easy, especially if you're not used to that, to be sitting out at like eating pizza at like 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. You go, what time is it? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? No, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. The lights are so bright. I loved it. There was these old ladies that had this bagel shop, and I think it was in Harlem, and the line would be around the building every day. They made homemade bagels that had different flavors. I got up every morning to go get me, and they made homemade cream cheese that was different flavors. I was like, I missed this so much. Letitia says she's 3 hours from Philly. I can get there in a half hour, 45 minutes. Okay. Okay, 3 hours from New York, but Philly, I can get there in 45 minutes. Okay. I'll be reading stuff so fast. Sometimes be reading over it. Then too, I need my glasses too. Hey, rest in peace, young Dolph. That's my boo-boo. He in the house tonight. Um, y'all know I be looking at the kids as my little babies. Um, yeah. But I was talking about New York, but I be, you know, I'm taking me a vacation. I've worked so hard, y'all. Um, being a female in the business that I'm in, it has always like caused me, because it's male dominated. It has always caused me to work harder, to get more training. It always have. The only female black in Memphis with a PI company. So, but I've been very, very blessed. But when something is male dominated, and I definitely respect the males that are in it, because a lot of them are very open because they've been in it for so long. I'm talking about other ones that have companies. They've been in it for so long. They basically have gotten into like doing something else. They go, all that what you're doing, we've been there, done that. But there are some that are so territorial, that is ridiculous, which I wouldn't give a damn, because you know, um, it doesn't affect me. That's your boo. What am I then? You my boo too. You're my boo too. I do. I'm going to take me a vacation. And I think that's what's going on, because I do everything. And then I still have my little video company. So what I did was I contracted someone, and I kind of pay them to do the work, because I still have my network where I produce, you know, put like church services and stuff on TV. And we mostly do commercials. Just like it's election season, we mostly do commercials and stuff, promos for businesses and all of that. It make enough for me to keep it open, because if it wasn't making no money, I wouldn't keep it open. It makes a profit, or else I would not keep it open. But most of all, the person that I have contracted to work with me, um, it puts extra money in their pocket, and that's I'm happy that it can do that for them too, because um, let's see, yeah, y'all hit the like button. It's 62 people in here. Please hit the like button. Thank you, Miss Helen, for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate that so much. But yeah, I've had a stressful day today. I've had a stressful day. But I know what I need to do. Like when I be stressed out and mad like this, it's because I want to do something. I be wanting to do something, but I'm gonna have to release it, because it sometimes it's not good to try and do something. You know how you want to call and you be wanting to get somebody straight. A lot of times you feel better when you cuss them out. Trust me, I've looked at my phone several times, but I thank the Lord that I didn't. Um, but yeah, I need to take me a vacation. I want to go to New York. Last year I went to Jamaica, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. I went to Montego Bay, Jamaica. We stayed at the Royalton. Oh my God, it was so beautiful. Everything was on the resort, and I wouldn't mind going back. It's so many, like, you see all those black people in Jamaica, and they work so hard. The majority of them, they work so hard, and especially for tips, they would love to get American money. Um, and I enjoyed it so much. I wouldn't mind going back there, but I don't know. I was thinking, because I went to Jamaica last year. The year before that, where did I go? The year before that, I forgot. Because at one point I was trying to go to New York every year, and then my friends was like, "No more New York. We New Yorked out." I'm trying to think, where did we go to New Orleans? Um, I don't know. I try to go somewhere every year. I used to try to take when my girls was coming up. I did not want them to just know Memphis. We would just break and go somewhere. I wanted to take them somewhere different every year. That's what I did. They got stuck on Florida though in Atlanta, and I just kind of conformed. I never liked really going to Atlanta. Um, but I'm taking me a vacation because I need one. I'm tired. That's what it is. I'm tired. Tell me you want to feel like that. I know. Oh, that's good. It doesn't affect you. Male dominance, knowing your job makes me feel proud because I don't know if I could get out asking questions to people's faces. But I heard you say you keep your protect all day, every single day, every moment. And I always say, even when you learn about certain things, but I've always been very security conscious, anyways. My kids used to sometimes my daughters, you know how kids are. They got a thing about trying to make you feel guilty, right? You never let us spend the night in nobody's house. And mama, I just felt like we weren't normal. I said, why is that? Because I said, well, we always had sleepovers. All of your friends, every time they always had sleepovers just at my house. I let them go to a sleepover one time. And so my oldest daughter, who is always the one, she talk all the time. Mama, that police department just mess you up. And it I guess it did because I did not trust anybody as far as them staying at people's houses, you know. But I'll never forget this one time. I cannot think of the young lady's, the little girl's name. I let them go to a slumber party, right? You know how kids would tell everything. And they begged me. I let them go because the people live like two streets over. So I let them go. And I did not I could not sleep that whole night. So the next morning when I went to pick them up, my oldest daughter, the first thing she did was she ran up to me and said, Mama, her daddy did not come nowhere near us. He did not touch us. And I was completely embarrassed. I said, oh my God, Lord. And him and his wife was just standing right there in the house looking at me like I couldn't say nothing, because and when she got in the car, I said, listen, you tell me stuff like that when you're not in the presence of people. You don't let people know that I don't, kids would tell it all. I promise you, they would tell everything. I used to have to tell her, don't, you better not say nothing. You don't talk about anything until we're not in the presence of people because they'll tell it. She let that man know I didn't trust him. Mama, he did not touch us. He did not come nowhere near us. I could have just fallen out in the floor. Lord have mercy. They didn't ask them to come. They didn't ask them to come to the slumber party the next year. Oh my God. Let's see. Laura says gotta work tomorrow in the AM. Good night, Tamara. Good night, Laura, and thank you for coming on. Yes, they would tell it all. They would they would tell it. I used to have to tell them, you better not say nothing about anything. Um, hey Southern Bay, or is that Southern Boy? I need my glasses on. Southern Boy, Northern Living. Um, Kimberly says, right, Tamara, I tell my children they have to wait till we get home, not in our vehicle, but in our home. Yeah, these kids, they will tell it. They'll tell it. They'll tell everything. They grown now though. I know. Yeah, I'm telling you, y'all, my kids are something else. I'm so glad that they have like jovial personalities because I've always been very paranoid when they want to go on like field trips like out of town. I was real paranoid about that, right? I was always paranoid about that. I'm trying to think It must have been. I mean, I hollered because I could not believe my daughters had said this. I think it was a junior trip that my oldest daughter, they was gonna go to Six Flags in St. Louis, I think. And so I was like, I call her everything, but I call her Noodles too. I was like, Noodles, I don't know if I want you to go on that, to St. Louis or whatever, because they were supposed to stay overnight. I was paranoid. I said, they say that there's a serial killer in St. Louis, and she was like, Mama, you always say that. You said it was a I said, I didn't go on my trip to St. Louis when I was in high school because there was a serial killer. She was like, well, Mama, if it's a serial killer, I'll never forget. She said that if he was killing people when you was in high school, he ought to be about 90 years old. Now he too old. Oh my God, I hollered when she said that. These kids are so crazy. But like I said, that's shoot. My oldest daughter is, they're in their, both of them are in their 20s. I used to try to scare them into not doing stuff, child. They was not studying me. They was it used to get to me because they were all, now my baby girl is very careful. My oldest girl has always been very, very outgoing and stuff. Like she always got into stuff effortlessly. Every team she tried out for, and I was sick of that too, because I had to spend out a lot of money. She would always try out for every team. She was the majorette. I'm like, dog noodles, like you need to stick to one thing. Mama, you told me to be all I can be. And I would go, well, yeah, I did. I told you to be all you could be. Um, they'd like to throw your words and stuff back in your face. Lady Ray says, I used to do that soon as my friends seen my uncle. I'll look and be like, no, y'all sorry, my uncle don't let me go to people's house because he think everybody wants something from me. I wish I could though. I'm overprotective too. I have location speed detection and all kind of stuff on my kids. I know what side of the street they are. It's only 4 likes. Kim said it's only 4 likes and only 4 likes. Y'all, please hit the like button. If you have not hit the like button, please hit the like button. We got 77 people and only 4 likes. Is it only 4 likes for real? Let me see. Y'all hit the like button, please. It said 57 likes. Hmm. Um, Lady Ray says, "Yep, I ran track, basketball, cheer, volleyball, everything, and my girls are so tall, and I'm trying to figure out how that happened because I'm not tall. They're, nobody is tall, but they are long and tall. I mean, long. Lakendra Prairie, they will appreciate you. Yeah, because when their friends would come over, hello, 305, when their friends would come over, they didn't want to go home because I was always protective and I treated them like I treated my own kids and stuff. Um, and because I didn't let them go and spend the night at other people's houses, I kind of when their friends and stuff would come over, I would overcompensate with what I would do with them, as far as making sure that they had a whole lot of fun when they had slumber parties. Let's see. Y'all, please hit the like button. But I was just coming in. What y'all want to talk about tonight, y'all? It's open conversation. We because I got started with talking about my kids. I tell you, my kids done gave me. My kids used to get on my nerves so bad, But I love them though. They were good girls for the most part. But child, I'm telling you, they talk. That. My baby girl don't. She's quiet. She's very quiet. My oldest daughter like to debate. I didn't like that. Um, Crackers crazy better safe than sorry. Absolutely. Hey DJ Smooth. Flipper. Y'all want to talk about Flipper? Y'all want to talk about Young Dolph. Okay. Rest in peace, Young Dolph says T. A lot of people don't know Dolph overcame a lot of obstacles, got in two dangerous wrecks, shot multiple times, and shot at I don't know why they hate, right? Dolph, God, God was with him, but it's unfortunate that the devil was insistent on that they was gonna take him out. He would live and make another song. He would rap about everything that he had gone through, and so the devil decided that he was not gonna be able to live because they would have a heart attack if he would be able to live through this last attempt on his life and make another song like 100 shots. They couldn't have that, but I wonder in the end when everything hit the fan, is it gonna all have been worth it to take him out? Was what I wonder, is it gonna be worth it all? And I'm talking about whoever they are. Anytime you got to leave your family and um everything that you work for go down the drain and it's depleted, whether you're a normal person or you're not so normal, like you're whatever you do for a living, whoever it is. We just know that there are other people, right? But in the end, would it have been worth it when you're sitting in jail rotten for the rest of your life? you know um you know no, it's not. It's wrong to take somebody out just because of some beef. Okay, it's wrong on so many levels. Hero Fix TV said you could talk about the weather and it would be interesting. Thank you, Hero Fix TV. How are you, home team? I'm good. South Memphis in the house. South Memphis in the house. I'm a South Memphis girl too. Any news on the? You know what? Um, no, they kind of been, tight-lipped about what they tell the, public, and that's a good, I understand. He was OG Elroy in the house. Yes, he was very authentic. Thank you, Kim. No cap, Tam. I cried the day Dolph died. I believe you. It's a lot of people was hurt. There were a lot of people hurt. It was a lot of people saw what happened. It's a lot of people saw what happened. Um, I'll never forget. There's this young lady. She didn't see what happened, that I know, because I remember she went live, and but she didn't see what happened. She was in the area. She was over behind that Church's Chicken at that car shop, and because when she went live, she walked up there. She said, "These people out here for Dolph." She could not even like pull out, like they had started circling around that area very quickly. Those people were out there. They saw what happened. A lot of them saw what happened. They saw exactly what happened. She didn't see what happened though. Devil, she didn't see that the devil that lurks. You know, um, but these folks ain't playing about trying to intimidate these witnesses. That I do know. Um, Democracy says Satan isn't everywhere at the same time. He have his fallen angels working with them. No capital. Yeah. Thank you, OG Elroy. Thank you for the cash app. Let me give you a heart. Thank you so much. Lady Ray says, I hate to say this, but I honestly don't feel the real criminals that did this to Doll and fixed it up will ever legitly pay for it. I think it'll come at some point. I think it'll come at some point. You know what I think is sad? I think it's sad when I believe my oven is on. Hold on, y'all. Don't y'all go nowhere. My oven starts buzzing when it's on. Hold on. Y'all know what I've decided to do? I want to do some giveaways, and what I want to do is I found this wine called Black Girl Magic, and I bought some of it. And it was made by 3 African American girls. I haven't tasted it yet. I'm going to taste it this weekend. And I think I'm going to go and I'm going to taste it first. Of course, I'm going to get some sweet bitch too. And I'm going to do some giveaways, and then I'm going to ship it to you guys, whoever the winner is. I got to find like, I don't know. I guess I got to do a name thing. I don't know. I got to find a game. I got to ask God to, because I know me, I forget about everything. I go buy the wine and forget that I'm supposed to be doing a giveaway. Project Death Spell said, where Big Juke at tonight? Mm, mm. Project Death Spell. Big Stepper not doing his job. Oh, you talking about Big Stepper? I bet he on here. There's 90 people on here. I bet he's in here. He's gonna type something. Everyone who ain't believe me, go look at the video. Auntie Fee just dropped. Told you that dude shot Flipper out. Oh, that's that guy. Wow. I pray it does. I pray it does hard, especially for them babies. I know what it's like to not have a real father and witness my brothers throw their lives away. How long has he been out? Because now, how long he done been out? Was he out in November? It got me wondering. Harris says, I want to taste the sweet bitch. Oh, that sweet bitch is so good. That sweet is that what y'all would prefer? The sweet bitch. That's my favorite wine. I feel what you're saying. 901 King Deshaun couldn't eat or sleep. Yeah, it was sad that they shot that boy up like that, and still don't have a conscience about it. A lot of people, it's sad that we get to a point where we feel that a person deserves something, especially their life being taken because they made us mad or something like that. I mean, it's just evil. It's just evil on so many levels. Rest in peace, Young Dog says he been out for a minute. You remember the dude I told you about? I screenshot a pic, him and Juke. He said we talking about Juke again. A shootout with Doll. Karma. Yeah. And any liquor store, and it's not that expensive. I think that sweet bitch is probably about $14.99, and it is so good. You know, a lot of people feel like liquor is not good unless it's expensive. Some of the most expensive liquor has been so, I mean, wine and stuff has been so bitter I couldn't drink it. And I ain't going to no liquor store and pay no $100 for no wine anyways, just to say I paid $100 for some wine. It's too much other good wine that costs $14. Um, and RIP, was he out in? Yeah, he said he was out in November. Lady Ray, Hakia, just type it in Google and it should show you. Um, yeah, heck of a name for some liquor. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. We just talking tonight, y'all. We just doing open conversation on whatever you all want to talk about. I started out talking about my kids. Yeah, I cried when my babies moved out. I could not stop crying because I was like, I thought that they would want to, stay with me until they was like 26, 27. I was like, but they got good jobs and stuff and in school and they want their own privacy. I cried for days when my oldest daughter said the other day, I've gotten used to it now. My oldest daughter said the other day, Mama, I might have to move back with you for a little while. I started thinking about it. I was like, oh God, out of the two, why that one? The one that talks all the time. I get turned on box wine. Okay. That's right, Miss T. You have to know how to shop for that one. I'm telling you, your girls left. Yes, I went through that empty nester syndrome. Yeah, and I'm serious. Like I was on my TV show on Comcast, and my viewers were calling me and telling me it was gonna be okay. I was trying to do my show and stuff, and I was, because they always asked about my girls because they kind of. I've been on TV so long, and I would talk about them. They kind of was able to witness them grow up, and I got on there and started talking about, when my babies had moved out and stuff, and I couldn't hold the tears back. I was just boohooing and crying, trying to do my show, and tears was flying everywhere because we've always been joined at the hip. Hi, Miss T and Miss Kimberly. Good evening, Dennis. TG. Yeah. But y'all, it's some evil people. I was looking at this young lady who has like this beautiful love story. I love looking at her social medias where she talk about meeting her husband and she, didn't have any children and God gave her her first child at 43 years old with a good husband and stuff. But she had to move to Rhode Island because of her husband is in the service. And I remember, when she was saying that's the only thing that she didn't like. And I was looking at her social media the other day and she was like, she is so happy that she is not living in Memphis. Because even she was like, it was yesterday, it was a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old in separate situations, separate areas to get their lives taken. And it's like this is happening every single day in Memphis, and it is a shame. Y'all, it is so many people within the Memphis area, and that is on, these kids are, they don't have any regards for life. They are on all types of drugs. They take X pills and fentanyl and all of this stuff. And you have to wonder, how do these kids get turned on to this stuff? It's the government. Um, I was thinking about when they first started messing up our children with this medicine. You have to think about what they did was they targeted poor Black women that were single, and I forgot that. God, what was it called? What do they call it when they say the kids are overactive? But anyways, they lured the poor Black single mothers into, they was like, we'll give you a $500 check, a $500 a month check per child if you put them on this medicine. They called it something where the kids were overactive. I don't even hear them talk about it no more. What did they used to call the kids? ADHD. Absolutely. Now, kids have always been active and bad. And so we start allowing them, but they targeted the poor African American mothers. They knew they wanted that check. They didn't think it would be nothing, tell the child play crazy, get them to take the medicine. And the medicine is so strong, it eats away. It's got so much mercury in it, it eats away, it does something to the brain. And so, after they're 18, I mean, it messes them up for real. But a lot of mothers didn't know that. They just thinking, I'm getting him to play crazy. I'm getting a free check per child. And after that, after about 18, 19, their mothers are not concerned really anymore, because she can't get the check, about them not taking their medicine. But in the meantime, it has really messed their child up. It was their Ritalin. Absolutely, Hakia. So, yeah, excuse me. If you think about it, our government basically has been really putting hits in different ways on our children. And they got the youth. This, what's happening now, has been a working process. It was engineered. And so I think that's why I think about with young Dolph, a young man who loved his family, loved his children. And you get men that are productive. Even though he went through the odds, a lot of odds in his life, he was productive, proactive as far as his family and his children, right? And then you get people to just gun him down like that, to instigate and motivate his murder. And they got the nerve to think that God is going to allow them to enjoy life. I don't think so. It don't work like that, because God says, I am a God that I shall not lie, nor the son of man, or nor the son of man that I have to repent. He can't lie. And he says you have to reap what you sow. Those folks sowed that seed and got that boy knocked off, and they're gonna have to pay for that. It's not, it ain't no ways around it. A lot of times people think that they can go to God and say, forgive me, and he will forgive you. But you still have to reap what you sow. He'll give you grace to go through everything you're going to go through, but you're going to go through it, because they was dead wrong for taking that boy down. And not only that, people are so dirty. People are so dirty. They got the nerve to try to intimidate anybody that dare say it was wrong. It's just wrong. I am She Johnson. Dwayne Carter said, who is they? Whoever they are. For those of you all that's just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Y'all, I'm going to drop the link. We just talking tonight. And let me just say this. You know, anybody that want to come up, your opinions are respected. Please respect me. And please respect the fact that I am pro Dolph. I don't allow no disrespect of Dolph and Pre over on my channel. I respect how you feel, but respect how I feel on my channel. I feel like his death was wrong, and I feel like his young men are trying to recuperate. I'm talking about that's on his label, and I just don't, you know. Hey y'all to the new channel. Hey Blimp Block St. Louis vet. Please like the video as you come in. DJ Smooth, this would be a good night for OG to give us a. I know. I went over on OG's page and I left a message. He never did say nothing, I don't think, because I didn't get a notification or nothing. So I don't know. I told him we would love for him to come back and give us an update. I want to know if he ever turned in his findings and what new he has to say. OG had me so tickled. Democrat asked me that the other day. He said, Tamara, would you go on Roland Martin show? I wouldn't mind going on there and talking with him. I would. I wouldn't mind. DJ Smooth says this yeah, will be a good night for OG. Yeah. Dwayne Carter says God will uncover, reveal the demons that lurk in the dark. Absolutely. Evil can never override, darkness can never override or overrule light. Light will break through, and that is the truth. I don't believe it. I for some reason, Lady Eater, when I looked at that picture looked photoshopped. I don't know if because I know a lot of people been doing a lot of stuff to change the narrative. You know, now when I see a lot of different stuff, you know, I don't entertain it. But when I looked at that picture, it looked photoshopped. You know, somebody else said it looked like another restaurant that they knew, and it wasn't even Ruth Chris or Benihana's. They said it looked like this is what somebody else said. Okay, somebody else said this. I'm not making this up. They came into the chat and said that picture, the background of that picture looked like Privé. Okay, they could have been just talking, and Doc was photoshopped. I've never been in Privé. That's Yo Goddess restaurant. They could have been just talking because I have not been in Privé. I don't know. I've been in Ruth Chris. You know, I've been in there several times, but I can't remember everything verbatim. But I'm just telling you what they said. I'm talking about as far as the layout and stuff. Dwayne Carter says God will uncover and reveal. Absolutely. You talking about the conspirators, T. Thank you, Blimp Lock. We Care Positivity TV with India. Okay. Welcome. Not forsaking the assembly of ourselves together as the manner of some is, but extorting one another in so much the more as ye see day approaching. All opinions and thoughts are welcome. Yeah, they are. Yeah, Hip Thing said they heard. See there, he said he heard. Hip Thing said they heard that too. So I know somebody got in my chat. I didn't entertain that picture because that picture looked photoshopped to me. When I first looked at it, I glanced at it. I knew it was Photoshop. When God sent Dolph to help people in his community and go against the evil, God knew Dolph was going to die for that right. That's true. I agree. But it's a shame. It's a shame. They didn't have to do him like they did him. Um yeah, I seen that said as well about them being that right. Somebody said that to me. I don't They either put it in the chat or they sent it to me in an email. And I got somebody checking my emails now. I think somebody trying to intercept my emails. I have people say they send me emails, and I have not been getting all of them. It could be the settings, but it's being looked at. I hope for their sake they ain't trying to intercept my emails. I don't have the energy for some of these people. They so, as the lady was saying today, I was looking at this other YouTube channel. She said they such first floor first floor people. You know, they do first floor stuff. People ought to get them. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. First of all, if you gonna do something to somebody, I'm just talking about anything. You know, um, you need to be ready for the consequences. Ain't no need in trying to cover nothing up. Ain't no need in bringing nobody else in it and getting them taken away from their family. But that's what I was ready to say before I got up. I can't understand for the life of me, and I keep stressing this. How is it that these men can go and lay down and do time for another man? They got children, and they'll go and let somebody send them on a hit, getting ready to go back. A lot of them, probably. You know what I mean? I'm just what I'm saying. Um, but they'll lay their life down for another man just to be able to say, I'm in this clique, and you got children. You put in other people before you put your children, because like I said, nobody um that cares about you will send you out on dummy missions. Somebody type that name in the chat. Why would he wear that same yellow shirt the next day? A lot of times when they're in the studio, they be in the studio all night, and they come out in those same clothes. I'm telling you. I know they do it. I used to date a guy that does music right here in Memphis. He would go in the studio one day, and then finally he'd emerge, and that's why I quit his ass too. Cause I got sick of him. He go in the studio on a Wednesday, he say, and he come out. I see him again maybe on a Thursday night or a Friday. He have on the same shit. I end up quitting him after so long. I liked him too. I tried to date him. I liked him. But I said that to say this. That's what they do. They get in their studio, they get the drinking and smoking, and they be writing and doing music and stuff. So it happens. There is a night the creator will speak to get your house in order. Podolph did so. They are shadow minded, weak men. The mental maturity is off. Yeah, I've been in plenty of Ruth Chris, and I don't remember seeing lamps like that. T, don't tell me you used to date prior. I've never. in peace, Young Dolph. I've never dated no Project Pat. What made you say that? Oh, she tell me you used to date Project First. Who is Project? Oh, I thought you said Project Pat. I was gonna say I've never in my life dated no Project Pat. Used to date Project First. Who is Project T? Don't tell me you used to date Project First. Who is Project First? I don't know a Project First. Jaguar White can tell you everything that goes on in the industry. Oh, you meant so you did mean Project Pat. I've never in my life dated no Project Pat ever. I've never dated no Project Pat. Oh my God. That is hilarious. Out of all the people in Memphis, what made you think about Project Pat? He was a national artist, but I'm not gonna tell you his name. But out of all the people, Project Pat, Lord have mercy. Yeah, she wants some water. I've never no, it's not Project Pat. Rest in peace, Young Dolph. Oh my God, that tickled me. Why you want to slap my dog? Off the hook, girls. She over there at that door, which means I have not gotten any notifications that anybody is around my house, but she over there at that door. But my weapon right here by me. If they come in, they're not going out. It's one way. I always say in my house, if you're not invited, it's only one way, and that's in. You're not going out. Not the same way. She over there at that door barking. I'm not worried about it. Hip thing says looking up to the wrong person, being a fouler and not a leader. Yes, Jaguar right did expose it. Yes, she did. And I like Project Pat's music, but no, God, no, absolutely not him. And look, and I'm not saying anything bad, just not him. Yeah, he said Project Pat. I told y'all I grew up in South Memphis. Project Pat grew up in North Memphis. I didn't hang out in North Memphis a lot. As a matter of fact, I didn't hang out in North Memphis at all. I told y'all when I was doing traffic, my lieutenant assigned me to the first time my lieutenant assigned me to North Memphis. I had some issues. It was just too many like curvy roads and it was just it was just too much for me. Rest in peace, Young Dog says. Cause one time I thought I heard you say it was somebody cool with 364, but you know I gotta get it joke in. Don't tell me Dog and T was messing around. Oh, please don't say that. No, I meant Dog one. They'll be saying I was the one that took him out. Lord have mercy. Oh no, I met Dog one time in the hot wing place. Nola in the house, New Orleans. But I grew up around, street guys. My cousins and them are still, in the street, they were. But I was never in the street. My mother, I used to have to, I tell you, I always say there are two kinds of people. That's the caught and the uncaught. Because with my cousins and them, their mothers was a lot more lenient than my mama was. I was not an innocent girl because I did what I wanted to do. I just would go back home early. I would get back in early. My cousins was like, they was bad. We gonna get a whooping anyways. We ain't going back. We'll walk you to the bus, but we ain't going back. We just gonna go and take that beating. We gonna be out all night. That's what they would say. But I would go and sneak and go somewhere with them, but I would just always go back home before I was missed. One of my cousins was saying that the other day. She said everybody always thought she was the good one because we made her look good because we were so bad, and she was just as bad. She was just civilized. She said we just weren't civilized. My mama said, "What? She was sneaking with y'all?" I said, out of all these years, I'm 43 years old. You gonna sit up in here and tell my mama that I was just as bad as y'all was? She didn't even have to know that. That's why I never said what my kids wouldn't do. These folks now, they know their kids bad. They know their children are bad, and they'll sit up and say, my son wouldn't do that, my daughter wouldn't do that. I never said what my kids wouldn't do. Because number one, I knew how they were before they left home. If the teacher called me and said she said something to her and she rolled her eyes, I knew she had it bad about rolling her eyes. I knew she would do that before she left home, so I didn't try to argue that. Oh Lord, y'all trying to figure out who. She said MJG. Kim said T was civilized bad. Being home before. Okay, I always would go home. I would go back home. And I'd be scared too. I would always get back home. I would say, y'all, I got to, y'all know I got to go. Because we ain't supposed to even be out this way. When you gonna go, we don't walk you to, because we was catching a bus. When you gonna go, we gonna walk you to the bus stop. We always stuck together and stuff. We never told on each other. We weren't supposed to anyways. But we ain't going. They would always say, we ain't going. We gonna get a whooping anyways. You may as well stay out. I was like, no, I'm going on home. Pull Up Park was village shooting on the scene. You're gonna see Dolph Lil Young and he our name. CEO Jizzle got in a shootout with Lil Double O, who had got on live with Straight the night of Dolph killing. When did that happen? Rest in peace, young Dolph. Oh wow. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Oh yeah, I was ready to drop the link. Like I said, we just having some open conversation tonight. We having fun. And we're just talking about whatever y'all want to talk about. If y'all want to ask me some questions, y'all can. If it ain't none of your business, I'm going to tell you. It ain't none of you. But for the most part, everybody that come in here are grown. And I appreciate that. I'm so glad. We have a few trolls like Big Stepper every now and again. But for the most part, it's real grown folks that come in here. And I'm glad too. They know how to have conversation. And they respectful. Please hit the like button. Yep, there's some real grown-ups in here. Y'all, I just dropped the link. Whatever y'all want to talk about. See, I feel better already because, like I said, I was mad all day today. That attorney got one in on me. I normally don't take a whole lot of work from a lot of defense attorneys because I know they ain't shit. Lord forgive me, that slipped out. Oh God, please forgive me for saying that. There are some that are really good, but for the most, if I do work for attorneys, it's gonna be the federal prosecutors because it's worth it. You know what I mean? It's stressful, but it's worth it. Um, that attorney got one in on me, and I don't need to talk about it because it'll upset me again. He didn't tell me everything. Let's see, it's Democra. We got love for Trillionaire Tam. Thank you, Democra. Yeah, please hit the like button. Yeah, I dropped the link. Rest in peace, Young Dolph. Come up here and talk to me about what you're talking about. But I had no idea. I did go over to Auntie Fee's page today, well later tonight, and I didn't get a chance to really look at that. I'm gonna go back and look at it when I get off. About that young man. I did, rest in peace, Young Dolph. I have heard you talk about that though, that the young man that was in jail for shooting Dolph the first time was now out. I didn't know that was the man that be with Big Jook all the time. Because I have seen people, pictures of them together, but I didn't know that was them. I did glance at that page, at her blog today. I didn't know that was him. How you doing, rest in peace, Young Dolph?
Hey, Tama.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
Good.
Oh, I was just trying to tell you, Dolph, um, is somebody like in his camp slash double R. He had gotten a shootout. It was like a couple months back. With I know you remember we were watching the straight drop thing on him. We was on live, and the dude had got on live with him and said, "Now just go up." He got in the shootout with them.
Yeah, yeah, him.
Yeah, and some more True Mafia people.
Did somebody kill him?
No, they didn't hit nothing, but it was a shootout.
Oh wow. Why they in what was it for though?
It was
Is
a
it all
couple months
stemming
back.
from this Dolph situation?
It could have had something to do with it, but it all play a part. Like Dolph is tied in with Double R. Double R don't mess with Trula. The people he got in a shootout with, they tied in with Trula.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't
Okay.
think that Yo Gotti party gonna go kind of well this year because he's saying this is the last one. Just like he said, that's his last mixtape.
So has he been having those parties at the FedEx Forum? Because I don't remember.
I didn't hear of it, but I do know he did have a like. I don't know why he keep having parties back to back. 'Cause he just had one when Dolph died.
Right. In November. Was that a party that he was having for his mother?
That's the one that yeah, all of them was in Miami, and Dolph had died the same day, and they had a
Mm-hmm.
party like a couple hours later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because normally I thought I heard somebody say every year they give her a real big party at Privé.
Yeah, I had heard about it, and I had
But this
believed that,
past
but
year in November they all was in Miami.
yeah, that was kind of weird. All their little business in Memphis was shut down. Even his sister daycare in North Memphis.
Hmm. I tell you. Mm-mm-mm. Diane Wright says, "Do you have any idea when the FBI going to release any info or do another sweep?" I wish I did, Miss Diane. I don't. But you know what? The sneak attack is always the best. They never tell everything. No, they don't, TG. So who else do you think in your heart, and this is all alleged, is gonna be arrested in the end?
Um, in the end, if Black wants to keep on, he might. But one thing about the rappers, they kind of like I hate to say it, but they get a special privilege, like kind of. So it'd be like kind of hard. You don't see a lot of rappers get really took down, except the ones a lot of people don't really like.
Hmm.
I just
It
like
has to always be usually they get taken down when there's a if they've done something, if they're being protected, it has to be a change of leadership, right?
right,
Like
but
get Biden out the White House.
yeah,
I bet you they wouldn't get no more special privilege.
he kind of cricket.
Hmm.
But a lot of true little people that should get locked up too. You see a lot of them start coming in. If Scrat drop talk how he supposed to, I was hoping he.
I kind of think he's talking, don't you?
I think he gonna talk himself into a Rico.
Because they kind of left him to hang out, didn't it?
Yep, he thought he was gonna elevate off of Dolphin murder.
I wish that young lady who came in here before will come back in here. She said that they was telling Straight Drop to constantly put that stuff out. Even though I think he was involved, there is some validity to what she said. I do believe that they was setting him up. They was telling him, they wanted him to drop those songs and those videos. He thought, you know, I kind of believe they set him up, but he was involved. He did it, but they wanted because the heat got hot. They threw him up under the bus. That's what happened. They threw him up under the bus.
Another thing, whoever that was, they even told on him because look, whoever that was, they know him because they said they talked to him. I was on the panel with you that night. I remember when they said that they were like people were telling him to put that music out, but still they were telling him it was like on a kind of landing. He was going to get signed type thing. That was the whole was point for him to get signed off of this.
Well, it didn't go the way they thought it would go.
Right? They thought he was just gonna be able to. They really thought nobody wasn't gonna care.
That's exactly what they thought. They thought nobody would care. But instead, it has brought attention, and so many people has been paying attention. Brought a lot of shame, um, and put a lot of eyes on Memphis. That's what it did.
Yep.
I
I
don't
just
mean no,
hope.
I don't mean no harm, but looking at that young man that had did that time for shooting Dolph, he's got a real evil look. He do. He's
Like
got a real evil. He's got a real evil look.
somebody would swing me up and down. He went out. That man been out since 2017, and you could tell he got like rewarded for shooting that dog because I noticed Gotti don't give anybody CMG pieces. He like if you mean something to him or did some dirt for him, that what he reward you with because everybody won't change.
Mm. I wonder if he's done um, putting his life on the line and leaving his children to appease Gotti. I wonder if he's done because it's obvious Gotti is the most important thing in his life. Gotti and Jook. But I wonder if he's done doing time for them. Because anytime you go and do something like that for
Well,
another
I had
man,
wondered. That's
you
the
love
same
them
question
more
I
than your
asked
own
back.
children. Huh?
Right.
Yep, you love them
T,
more
I
than you
gotta
love
come
your own
down and come
kids.
back up. My mic messing up.
Okay. Kimberly said it's stop. Hakia says, no, I had it wrong, but thank you. Okay. Yeah, I dropped the link. If anybody else wants to come up, you could definitely um you could definitely come up. I just dropped the link. Yeah, it's so sad. Like I said, you talk about a man who had you can't respect the fact that the man had um how you doing, Kim?
Good evening. How are you doing, sis?
I'm doing good.
I'm glad to know you're in better spirits than you were in the beginning. That's dope.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome. But just to make you and others laugh, when you was talking about your children earlier, I remember because, like I said, I'm from Georgia, and my grandmother and I was born in the '80s, as you know, and back then, their insurance company or insurance men would come to your home to collect your life insurance money, and my grandmother had told us they had left to tell them if they come that I'm not here, so. The guy came. He knocked on the door. Of course, I didn't answer it because we weren't allowed to open the door. But I said, my grandmother said she's not here. And I always used to laugh with my grandmother about that. And another fun thing with my grandmother, I was raised in a godly family, as you know, and we had our church. And when our church wasn't in service, there was a church down the street, and we were. And there was a revival. We had went out of town. My grandmother was old. We call it plait. She would plait her hair, and then she would put a wig on top of it. And back then, the young kids, when you were in church, you would sit in like the first two, three, four rows. And we were all, the spirit was high. We was praising God. And my grandmother went up for prayer, and she wore glasses. And that preacher had his hand on her forehead and just shaking her head. And my grandmother's wig fell off. And oh my God, everybody was just praising God, girl. I sat down and I didn't lift my head up anymore. And I had to wait till we got home. And I told my grandmother about her wig coming off. She didn't even realize it came off, and you can imagine what happened after that.
I
But it
know.
but it was she laughed herself till she peed on herself. God bless her soul. So that's another reason why I put in the chat that with my children, no matter where we are, even if there's somebody else in the car with us, wait till we get home before we share something. But
I
that was
know
just,
this right.
but yeah, that was so funny to me.
TG said DJ Paul. Are you asking me if I used to date DJ Paul? No.
Girl, they trying to figure that thing out.
I know.
They gonna tear Memphis up
Y'all
and
want to
down.
know? They gonna name everybody in Memphis. I promise you.
And you know what? I would just plead the fifth if I were you.
I am. I plead the fifth.
That's
I
right.
plead the fifth.
That's right.
I plead the fifth on everybody, and it's not DJ Paul. But I plead the fifth. Boy, they saying skinny people.
They reaching for real. Good God.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Girl, they
I've
are.
never in my life even met Skinny Pimp. Lord have mercy.
Remember that because was born around the same time. It used to come on, well, in the world is Carmen San Diego. They want to know where in the world is that rapper you dated, girl.
I know. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel.
And also as relates to the young lady that was posting in the chat that night that you and RIP Young Dolph were talking about. I did screenshot some of her stuff, so I don't think I sent it to you, but I will. So you can probably see if you can find her.
Okay. Yeah.
You know I got your back.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome. No problem. But that's
Yeah.
basically all I wanted to say. But I mean, I'll stay up here if you want me to.
Okay, you can stay up. I tell you, this I feel a lot better because I was not when I sit and I think too long, especially when I'm mad,
Mm-hmm.
it's not a good thing.
And the crazy thing is, you were on my mind, but I was busy working today. And I was like, I'm gonna text her, and I never did. And I feel bad. I'm sorry I didn't text you because you was in my spirit.
Oh, I'm glad I was. Whenever I'm in your spirit like that, just start praying for me because I was real mad today. I was because I'm working on a case that's not it's not going to be worth it. It's not worth it to me.
Because
But
your integrity is more
right,
than that money. That's right.
it's not worth it. TG, I think we're close. I don't think you're close. um, Southern Born Northern Living. I did a show with Skinny Pimp back in the day in Clarksville. Ms. and Mr. Sandman. Oh, that's what they call Skinny Pimp Sandman? Or was that the name of your show? Thank you, Miss Hakia. I feel a lot better. I
Yeah.
do.
And everybody give her kids some love. She's one of our newest mods.
Yeah, shout out to Hakia. She's doing a good job. I appreciate you, Hakia. I appreciate you so much. Tell Matlock to eat his heart out. Tell Matlock to eat his heart out. Y'all know what it is? I think it's gonna be so weird. A lot of men kind of get intimidated by the fact that I'm a private investigator. Like I even had some men say when they find out, because I don't tell people right off. They'll go, well, will you give me the opportunity to tell you about myself? Like, will you not go
Uh-oh.
look at my stuff? And I go, oh Lord, Jesus Christ. What he have to say there for? How you doing? Rest in peace, young dog.
Hey, T, I'm back. Oh, I just wanted to see, like, can you pull up the news clip of the shooting I was talking about?
For some reason, it only allows me to pull up video. Is it a video?
Yes, on YouTube.
What's the name of it?
Just look up Parkway Village shooting, and it should be the first video.
And if you do play the video, you just have to start it, talk a little bit, stop and go. You should be okay as far as violations.
You said okay. You said Parkway Village.
Yes. Tell me how many seconds is the first video.
What they're showing is from 11 months ago.
Yeah, that's the video.
From 11 months ago,
Yeah.
houses, cars caught in crossfire of big shootout in Parkway Village.
Yeah.
Okay, now so explain to me what this is. Explain to them what this is.
Dolph, somebody like Dolph kind of raised him. I know y'all heard that song called the last song Dolph made. I forgot the name of it. Dang, I forgot. What that song called? Everybody thought he was in the Illuminati. And he said something about Jizzle. Well, this gonna be Jizzle in the shootout against Walk Down Gang and Trula Mafia by himself versus 7 people.
But that's what Straight Drop was saying that night that, Doc was killed. He kept saying walk down gang. So That's the name of a gang. Walk Me Down gang.
Yep, they don't mess with Dolph gang.
Oh wow.
That's why that dude was getting on the live saying elevate off of Dolph murder. I thought everybody cut him.
Yeah, I do remember him saying that. He said he had just accepted 1,000 people, right? So to them, I thought that was sad that they thought that that was the opportunity to start getting followers and clicks and views. That shows the sad state and the mentality of a lot of the younger people. That's a sad thing. But Straight Drop was trying to play brave that night as looking at that video, but Straight Drop wasn't doing too good because the mere fact that people was telling him that same night, we know you took Dolph out. When he was looking at those comments, he didn't look good. He tried to play brave, but it shocked him that people knew that he had did that, and they was tagging the police department and the news media in it.
Derek
Right.
White, allegedly to protect Tamara's channel. Corey is his real name, the one that with the shooting in LA. I don't know if he go by Keon in the street, but his real name is Corey McClendon, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, from the LA shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Cam, he talking about somebody different. He talking about the person
Okay.
everybody talking about living good in jail.
Oh, you mean the one I just recently got out?
That's a different. It
Oh,
was
okay,
multiple
somebody else.
people who
Wow.
shot Dolph.
Okay. My bad, Derek White.
It was multiple people that shot him in LA.
Oh, he's saying Keon is still in jail for the shooting, is what he's saying, right?
Yeah, I guess. Hmm.
Sometimes when we type, it's a little hard to interpret it.
Yeah.
But I think that's what he's trying to say, that the one for Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, with the 100 shots,
Right.
he's still in jail. Okay, the one that from LA where he was actually shot, he was actually physically shot. That's the one that they're saying is out.
His name is Corey McClendon, because I read that report several times.
I'm so sorry.
Huh?
I said I'm
And
sorry, but
supposedly,
yes, he got shot by multiple people
oh, he
both
got shot by
times.
multiple people in LA?
Well, all three times. That
Dang.
look, this was so crazy. Every time he got shot at, it was 2 or 3 people.
They was trying to take him out. That's why. Because you don't just shoot somebody for fun. You shoot them to kill them. Let me go downstairs.
And one of those times somebody else got shot with, I don't know, was it youngster brother or not.
Oh, God.
Well, like I said, it seems like to me that there's a pattern. There has been a consistent pattern of trying to kill him.
Right.
You
And
know.
even their actions, how they all left the city and went to a whole nother state, having events that they normally will have in the city somewhere else. People sometimes your words doesn't speak loud. It's your actions, your movement sometimes speaks even louder than your audible words. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. We got another person coming up. How you doing? What's that? First King DMS.
I'm King DM. How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
I'm doing good.
Oh, good deal. I just wanted to check in with y'all. I've been following your program and checking in with Auntie D, Mom, Miss Kim. I like the what y'all been doing over here.
Okay.
Definitely want to see this justice prevail for my guy.
Yeah, you
First,
said where are you from? California?
no ma'am, I'm from Kansas.
Okay.
Is that
I know
Missouri?
you had like a northern
I'm on
accent.
the other side of the water. I'm on the 316 side.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So do you think he's gonna in your opinion, do you think that he's going to get complete justice? Do you think that there are more people to get?
Honestly speaking, there's going to be a process in this whole thing. We're not going to get that instantaneous that we've been socialized to believe that we need to get, if that makes sense. But I definitely do believe that we're going to get to the bottom of it,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Praise God. Yeah, we don't want the microwave justice. We want the crock pot justice. Take the time to cook and get all the players involved.
So I just wanted to come on and show my appreciation for you queens. No pun intended. When I say that, I speak that from the Most High. But I appreciate what the queens are doing on this channel. There's a lot of other individuals that I tried to gather information from, just trying to figure it out for myself because of how I seen how the brother was moving and wanted to make sure everything worked out appropriately. But this is one of the channels that I have been prone to, and I've fallen off a lot of other channels because I've seen the truth in this one. So, man, please.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I really appreciate you being a viewer. That means a lot to me.
Yes, I'm gonna get to a subscriber here in a little bit.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Much love.
All right. That was
that's
nice.
That's what it's all about, T. And that's why, I keep encouraging, letting you know that God's elevating you on all kind of levels where you're going to be reaching all kind of people. And I appreciate it. And I thank God I'm a part of it, because that's why every time I put in the chat, welcome to your channel, because it's factual information. It's genuine content. You have integrity. You know what I mean? You're intelligent. It's open dialogue. We can agree to disagree. We can debate a little bit on it, but do it respectfully as adults. And I love that about this channel.
Thank you, Kim.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Southern Boy Northern Living says, Tam, the people want answers. Yeah, well, how you doing, Miss Valerie?
Hi, Miss Tamara.
How are you?
Hi, can you hear me? I'm good.
Yeah,
how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, okay. I just came on just to talk and say hi to you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yes. So my opinion is that I believe that in regards to Young Dolph, that he is going to get, we're going to get justice for Young Dolph, but I don't believe that everybody is going to go down that was involved. I just don't believe that. I think, like the little people, the small people, I think they're going to go down for it, but the higher up people and the people that, the person that, paid for the hit, I really don't think they're going to go down for it.
You don't think so? You don't think that?
That's just my opinion.
You don't? Yeah. Well, that's understandable because quite a few people feel that
don't
way.
think so.
But you don't think after so many years of the little people sitting in jail, because a lot of times that happens, they get to thinking about, especially as they get older, how they was played, and sometimes and they'll talk. But I know people kind of want the justice instantly, but like the young man was saying, it's definitely a process.
Right. Yeah, I believe it's a process, but I do believe that if there's some people that backdoored him or any of that stuff is true, I don't think we're ever really going to find out. I just don't believe that we're really going to find out if he was backdoored. I don't think so. But that's just my opinion. But I believe, we're going to get justice for Young Dolph, but I don't think it's going to be the justice that he deserves, but it's going to be something.
Yeah.
That's just how I feel.
Yeah.
And we appreciate your opinion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Kimberly?
Yep.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay. Well, you guys have a blessed evening or blessed night because it's 10:33 here. I'm used to saying evening.
Oh, you're in the West Coast.
Right. I live in California. Okay. But I was surprised Miss Turmeric got on so late, and I was like, wow, I couldn't believe it.
Listen,
Well,
you
you
never know with her.
right. Mm-hmm. Well,
In a
you
good way,
ladies,
though.
right. Well, you ladies have a great night, and I'm gonna go down
All
the
right,
chat.
and thank you for coming up.
Thank you. You're
All right.
welcome.
Bye.
All right, that was nice of her. If
Very
anybody
much
else would
so.
like to come up, you could definitely um come up. Natural born queen says Callie in the house.
That's right.
Southern boy Northern says the people want answers. Long live Dolph.
Well, we
Um,
have to be patient for the answers, people, because I don't want regular police working. I want the FBI to take their time to get everybody, every single person that was involved. So I'm patient. You know, if it means 5 years from now, I'm down for it because I want every effing person that did this and that was a part to go down.
yeah, and it's gonna happen. It's gonna be. It'll probably be surprising to people. It'll be a surprise to people. You know, when it finally happens, I could just see in this when they get everything that they're supposed to get on some of these people that did this to Dolph. I could just see some of them, especially the ones that are, you know, that people feel like are not going to be touched. A lot of them are going to want to take deals and stuff.
And you
That's
know
what I
what's
believe.
funny? Like I had mentioned on one of the other lives earlier this week, how Saturday, because I'm subscribed to a lot of crime and justice like law. Well, I can't. I'm not gonna mention more like FBI files, and they had did a special on John Gotti and that family, and how he had paid a juror off $60,000 back then. That was a lot of money. $60,000. My God. What in the '90s? I think it was. Or the
Thank you, chopping it up TV. He says he's a new subscriber. Thank you so
salute.
much. Thank
And
you.
then and it was a high ranking police officer, and he got, he beat the Fed on that first one, but then they kept digging. They took their time. They was patient, and lo and behold, and slowly and surely they was getting witnesses. They was getting informants saying this is here, no, this is going here, no, this is going there, and they got him. So it's gonna take time.
Yeah, and all those people that they had paid off in the past, they ended up getting charged.
Yep, sure did.
So it comes back at some point. It comes back.
And it pays to be patient, everybody.
It do. It might seem like somebody's getting away, but they never really get away.
That's right. GA in the house. GA Georgia. That's right, baby.
Dennis Martin. I am She Johnson. I have faith Dolph will get justice. It's Dolph. That's right. It's Dolph. What's that? Hieroglyphics Visions.
Mm-hmm.
Chopping it up TV. Bless you. What's that?
Yes.
Alexia. Have you heard about the sheriff and inmate in Alabama? I haven't. Kind of
Yes.
fill me in on that.
Basically, this sheriff, she, I believe, sold her house for half price, and she helped this guy escape her jailhouse lover, and now they're on the run.
Shout out to Minneapolis. She said Minneapolis is it's probably
Minnesota.
it's still cold in Minneapolis. Am I right? Southern boy, Northern living. Is Player Co in here? Said Player Co, how you doing, brother? I didn't see Player Co in here.
Me either. But he could have slipped through the cracks. Let me see. Let me scroll up and check. I don't see him. That doesn't mean he isn't, though. I don't see him.
Yeah, TLO says I just pray that everyone goes down. Me too. Anybody that was involved, I pray that they go down. I pray that they go down. In the meantime, I'm gonna continuously pray for his family, for their strength, because they're getting ready to go through the first part of this.
Oh my God.
As far as when they prepare, when they start going to court and things of that nature. You know, they're going to have to hear all of this evidence. They're going to have to hear witnesses and things of that nature. And this is just the first part of it. So they're getting ready to go through some hell. Just
Yes.
just hearing about people plotting to take your child out within itself is a gut wrenching thing. That's why I say there are too many robotic animals. Anytime you could go and kill somebody just because somebody give you some money, you're a sick animalistic person.
You're a
Even to try
monster.
to attempt to take somebody's life, like that's evil on so many levels. Just because somebody pay you, that person has not done anything to you, you go and rip a family apart because of an emotional mofo. Whew, okay, Lord, stop me. Has paid you some money to do it. It's just evil.
Two people you
So
should
many
never
levels.
trust. Someone who's trying to pay you to kill somebody and someone who's taking the money to kill the person. You should never trust those two people, or individuals rather.
Democracy says criminals don't always turn themselves in, but it have happened before.
But I can't even imagine. I mean, because I personally believe it's going to be at least 2 to 3 dozen minimum. So that's 24 to 36 people minimum that will be charged. And it's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, me too. Look, Hakia says, "Player code, where you at?" She looking for him.
Oh, hey, she
Hakia
better
like player
that's
code.
D my man. You better leave him alone. That's D my man now.
They in love with that southern slang.
I hear.
I like that New Orleans southern slang. That New Orleans slang. It's different. Um, let's see. I am She Johnson. We all in agreement. It's Dolph. That's right. Most painful of all is children and parents. Yeah, these folks don't have no issues with taking out babies, and some people have gotten so accustomed to sending hits, it doesn't bother them because you're out of touch. You know, especially when you feel like you've gotten away with something for so long and you don't have to deal with it because you could just send somebody out that's mentally slow or unstable. You
I,
know,
it wouldn't surprise me if a lawyer go down.
probably is gonna go down. Anexia M says she played like she was going to take him to the courthouse, and she had another vehicle close by, and they went on the run. She also put in her retirement the day before it happened.
Yeah,
Wow.
the Alabama sheriff.
Well, she might as well have put in her retirement because she's gonna be in jail when they catch her for the rest of her life, more than likely.
All for a little bit
Misty
of
just entering the building at work.
enjoyment I ain't gonna say it.
The inmate is 6'9". Wow. Now, I wonder where he expects to go and not be noticed.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, he black.
Yeah, where he expects to go and not be noticed, being 6'9".
With the technology that they have today, they crazy. She should know better.
I tell you.
But you know, another thing I was reading. Well, no, I didn't really. Yeah, I did read a little bit of it. How it was a low turnout for votes in Memphis. And that saddens me because in order to get better representation, you know, from the government, your local government, you have to elect the right people in. And people just think the fall election is the most important. No, the primary is more important because they run against each other, and you want the best one that can run in the fall.
That's what I can't understand. And people have nerve, like you're saying, they have the nerve to complain, but don't want to get out and do anything.
It don't take long to go vote.
Hakia says, "Player Cole is my bro, Demon. He's all yours, sis." I believe it would be more because the one that knew and didn't say anything, and we're family, friends, ops. Who you talk about, TLO?
I think she's talking about people as far as who all had a part in Dolph's death.
You're right. If he was in there for murder, I hope he don't kill her, because it ain't above him not to.
Right. And take her money and go
And
around
take her money, absolutely. Because he get to thinking about, especially if she show a sign of weakness, he get to thinking about, I know where her money and stuff at. I don't really need her.
Democrat, to be honest, I believe he was set up as the fall guy to say he killed her family. I personally don't believe he did.
Demarcus Jennifer Hudson let a hitman by the name of William Balfour to shoot and kill her mother, brother, and nephew.
Because her sister was married to him. But I think he was the fall guy. I could be wrong, of course.
No reparations discussion, no votes. Well, Black people got to organize and sit around and start discussing.
If y'all can organize for this BLM crap and march, you all can get together and go down and vote.
That's so true. That's true. So Kim, why do you think that a lot of people still feel like the cookie shop was involved?
Sis, to be honest, and it goes back, and even myself at one point, because of the inconsistent stories from family members, the parents, the brother, the sister, and that's my personal opinion. I don't think it had anything to do because he died in their establishment. I believe it was the inconsistent in stories. Because how can you blame someone for dying in your establishment? It was the stories behind it, and in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Did y'all hear what I just asked her? I asked her why people. Okay, Valerie said because of Raven mostly.
But you know what though? There were some Jews dropped on here the other night, and I'm not gonna mention it, but I will just say people are lying. I'll just say that.
Who do you think is lying, Kim?
For them to say him and his brother was in the cookie shop, that they both of their heads were down in their phone, and we know one of those persons weren't inside that store. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Dennis Martin says it's a business. You can't have actions to forego and have no intellect on the actions shown.
I mean, if a crime happens somewhere, all you gotta do is, from what you know, that's it. But when you all have different stories, and they're not liberty differences, there's some differences. It makes you want to look at them a little stranger, like, okay, well, what's really going on?
Yeah, Robin says Memphis probably has a low turnout because they say it's a war zone. Well, it's a war zone because they got the wrong politicians up in there.
If it's a war zone, it should be even a more reason for them to go vote.
Absolutely. That means you go vote and vote out the people that are in there and put in new people. Yeah, a lot of people are saying inconsistent stories. Yes, ma'am, the different lies, each the same. Question was asked, how can you say something was said for a fact if you wasn't there? But y'all, people in the beginning, people used to come onto my channel. I used to be so freaking mad. They would always have something to say because I never said anything. Oh, hey, Auntie Fee.
Hello.
But the fact of the matter is, I never looked at Raven's interviews.
Oh,
I
ooh,
haven't.
girl, you'd have been up. You'd have had a headache. And Tamara and I, we're not saying that the cookie shop set him up or are guilty. She asked the question, why do I think and why do people think that they were involved? So I want to make that clear, and it's because of the inconsistent in the stories. And also there's if the video's there, why would you all tell something that's not true when you all gave the police the tape? And it can easily be dispelled. And one thing that makes Tamara a really, really superb and intelligent investigator, she waits for evidence. If there's no evidence or if it's not sure, she's not going to say, yeah, I think so. And you have to be careful not to say someone did this or did that, because you don't want innocent people being hurt, harmed, or killed either.
Yeah, Jalen says voting is control. It ain't natural. You know what, Jalen? That is the position that a lot of Black people have taken, and that's why we're in the condition that we're in, because a lot of them feel like their votes don't count. Whereas you get out in droves and they can't cheat, but they are afraid to come out. Maybe if they did mail
Well, they
in
came,
ballots, they would feel
people came
safer.
out for the vote, the marches and the protests. So I mean, can't so how much dangerous can go voting be?
Severe says, I think that Raven just said what she said and didn't think about the safety of her family. So she tried to retract it. TLO says, how can you say a peaceful man that helped you and your family come into the camera shoot when then say it happened so fast that he thought Dolph was coming to shoot them? Mm. And see, I didn't even look at the daddies in all of his interview. Jalen said, this white lady called me a nigger the other day. It's wild in the Midwest.
And you know what? I've come to the point of now allowing people to get up under me, and most racists know that not most, some Black people are emotional, and if we don't give them that energy and let them know you get under their skin, they'll stop.
Hip Thing says, I have never in my life seen an orchestrated death with so many twists and turns. I'm getting my master's in criminal law, and this is why. Well, you have to think
Salute.
about it. It has been the internet that has been changing the narrative a
Not
lot.
just the internet, some of the bloggers are being paid off, and there were people that were there to give out false information even before he was murdered. So they took a page out the book from our government, create a distraction or create a problem and have the solution. So they yeah.
Now B says Black Youngster shot a video next to a tombstone that said Thornton, and Straight Drop went on the run after he said he would turn himself in. Neither of these situations can be come back from.
Salute, Mac, name Ace. I need to take some Benadryl too, because my allergies and sinuses are kicking my behind.
Hero Fix Theory says when we went to sleep, Trump was killing Biden. When we woke up, he lost, stolen election. Dennis Power said, I'm gonna buy that book, 48 Laws of Power.
Yes, I am too, because I keep hearing about it.
I'm gonna get that book. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button.
Let me take my Benadryl right freaking now.
Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel, y'all. We just got an open chat, and it's like whatever y'all want to talk about. If you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. Also, share the video. Share the video. Yeah, I'm going to order that book. Yeah. Like I said, we were just having an open chat tonight. I'm happy that I got on tonight. I had a bad day today, but I'm glad that I ended up getting on. And if it wasn't Raven's dad that was saying, "Stay with me, dog," who was that was standing kneeling over him to say it?
I have no idea who it was. I can't say who it was. And I'm not going to dare say who it was because I have no clue. I'll be lying.
D. More Immortal says, "It's no coincidence Moneybag and Gotti was at White House. Biden administration will use Dolph's murder to push that weapons ban and probably mockingly name it after Dolph." You never know with him. Biden is senile. He's senile. He never should have been elected. They said big stepper trolls everywhere and pissed people off.
Well, he sounded like he in his mama's basement then, for real.
Dennis Martin says, "We need a community line to start a young man, woman development teachings in all states." I agree with you, Dennis. Because everybody got a program, but it don't seem like to me they doing anything with it.
Right.
Hi, Miss Tamara. I pray that you have a better day tomorrow. Thank you. Only God knows. Let's see. It's going on 1 a.m. Yes, he is C now. Oh my God, he is C now.
Girl, he said 1. I'm like, wait a minute, it's 2 here, almost 2. I forgot we're an hour behind.
Mm-hmm. Been on for 2 hours. And it's 130 people on here strong.
That's right.
But yeah, we want justice for Dow. We want justice for all of the victims, all of the people that have been victims of foul play.
Absolutely. Missing persons.
For them all. Mm-hmm.
We need justice for them as well. So it's not just Dolph. We are for justice, no matter who you are.
Jalen says Zebo was involved with Dolph's murder as well. Why you say that, Jalen?
Who is Zebo? I'm a little lost on that one.
Zachary Randolph. Why you say that, Jalen?
Oh yes, that's Well, aiding and abetting can get you some jail time too.
Mm-hmm. And plotting too.
Mm-hmm. And people don't understand that premeditated murder can be formed in a split of a second, and that's what most people don't realize. And that's why a lot of times they can charge you like that. It's like there's another case that I'm following about this crazy woman and her husband. They're seeking a death penalty, and I'm glad, killing those kids. And I hope they seek the death penalty in Dolph's case as well. If they haven't said it already. I don't think they have. Have they, T? I didn't think so either.
Jalen says Zebo owns Endless with Moneybag. It's signed to.
Which Moneybag is signed to? Okay. Mm-hmm.
I received that in Jesus' name. Democrat says, or is he trying to say Democrat?
I think so.
He says soon Tam is going to be $1 trillion strong. Okay.
Speak those things that are not as though they were. We have power in our tongue, life and death, and people don't realize that either. It's a bread gang. It's a joint contract. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I think you said they could face the death penalty.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope they do face the death penalty.
Okay, they said Moneyback is in this bread gang. It's a joint contract, which means he's having to split a lot of his money with somebody else. And then he signs to CMG some kind of way.
Ooh, and that management deal. Oh God, I can imagine bringing in all that money and seeing little of it compared to what they're gonna get. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Rest in peace, Young Dolph says yes, huh? In the beginning, they said they both facing the death penalty. They did. They did. Rest in peace, Dolph. Since this allegedly happened to Dolph, this has opened up other rappers' cases, right? And even Howard Burnett.
And his family need justice. His children need justice. And never mind, that was in New Orleans. I was reading a case where a teenage body was found, and that was in New Orleans, though. It wasn't in Memphis. It was found in the Mississippi River, though.
Oh my!
Yeah, I believe it was 3 kids, and they were playing, and the little girl fell in or something, and they was trying to help her. So that's from my understanding as far as that is concerned.
Jalen says Dolph signed Big Ump. That's honestly the biggest reason he was killed.
You know what? They've been trying to kill him. So what's the excuse other times? Right? And this is before he signed Big Unc. Or am I wrong?
That's right. Absolutely, you absolutely right. That's a good point.
So
Why
I
would
don't
they
know.
shoot at him the last time he had not signed Big Ump?
Yeah, that's so. I mean, people like to cover stuff up, and that's what makes me get upset. Get upset sometimes. Well, this is the reason why he shouldn't have did it. This man company, he can do what the f he want to do. Sign whoever he want to sign, and he didn't sign him before he beat that murder case allegedly. So at least he had some kind of integrity attached to his company as far as that is concerned. He didn't sign him while he was still caught up.
TLO said, "Is it true that Dolph was going to own the Grizzlies?" I've never heard that he was going to own the Grizzlies. I've never heard that.
Me either, but I'm not in Memphis either, though.
For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please hit the subscription button. If you would like to become a member, you can join as a member also.
I finally figured it out, T. Whew. But I been having a migraine for the past 3 days, and that's why I'm talking a little funny, because it's still a little low. It's still on my back of my neck, but I finally figured it out how to subscribe to you as a membership.
I saw that. Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're so welcome.
Rest in peace, Young Dog says all of them like that Gotti got to. Okay, I read that. That was an advantage point for the play. You are so right, Kimberly. Yes, that's an accuser of the brethren. Their hate was real. That's all this is about, is jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
That's all this is about, jealousy. And that's why so many people are upset, because this young man's life was taken because of some jealousy. Rest in peace, Young Dog says, not the Grizzly, but he do got a independent music school for kids in the making. Well, I don't know if they're going to open anymore since Dolph passed. I hope they do.
Me too.
Because some of these kids got too much idle time. That's the reason why they're killing each other.
Dennis, Martin, it was not an attack to you. and if it came off that way, I apologize. I was just making correlation to the fact that there were attempts prior to him signing Big Unc. So what would their excuse be for the other ones? Not you. So if it came off that way, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
And he sure did say it will make him a billionaire. I remember seeing that video too.
Yeah, he said he had invested $8 million in 2 different deals that was going to make him a billionaire. And some people probably knew that. It's sad that you can't show people how prosperous you are.
Oh gosh. Woo, can you imagine how many more people would have been after him?
Mm-hmm.
But why would Raven need to be shown the footage? I don't understand that.
Mm.
Because she's not an investigator. She wasn't at the store, so, allegedly. So I don't know what her watching the video would do.
Well, I'm sure she got the opportunity to see it just because she worked at that store.
Right. But if
They
she's
had
not
to
going
get
to
the
tell the
video
public.
from the store. No, she's not going to tell the public. Not us anyways.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Jalen says, when they signed Big Unc, it really stirred the pot. Big Unc was the killer of Tula Mafia leader, D Money, the brother of J Money. Their mother ran to Facebook in rage after hearing it. Well, here's the thing about that. From what I was told, that he was not close to D Money. He had been pretty cool with J Money. That's why I can't understand why she said those things.
And condoning allegedly your son's attempting and killing people. And then when it happened to you, it's woe is me, and no disrespect to her. But that's the problem in our Black communities, where we want to be quiet and we co-sign it. But then when tragedy hit our doorsteps, it's a whole different story. We have to change our mindset.
Different footages was tampered with allegedly. They may have asked her could she identify anyone.
That may be true. We don't know. That's very possible.
Yeah, I think I'm about to wind down because I am so sleepy.
I got another busy day as well. Well,
Mhm.
early morning. You know how I go, Chi. Early in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta get up early too. I gotta be out of here early, and I will be out all day tomorrow. When I say all day, all day.
It's another big one for me too. And my twins, they're having their dance on Friday, so getting prepared for that.
Okay. Well, I thank you for coming up. I'm getting ready to end this because I'm tired.
You're
I
welcome.
can't hardly even keep my eyes open.
Well, you got what you came for: open discussion and that family love, and you're in better spirits. So praise God for that. So I'm
That's
gonna go ahead and drop in comments.
okay.
All right.
Well, you guys, I will stay on longer, but I am tired. I had a long day today. Like I said, I was mad all day today because but it's gonna work itself out. But thing about it is, I got to be up really early in the morning. Too. Some people going off. Who is that? Some people going off net talk. That's true. When people were sending me those emails with all those different narratives, those people were plants. Okay, I didn't, a lot of them people I didn't, may God bless everyone. That's right. May God bless everyone on this channel. I want you guys to know I truly appreciate y'all. I do. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. If you share the video, it helps, the views or whatever. It helps the subscription. And like I said, by the end of this month, I don't know how realistic that is, but I do know things start to happen overnight. I want us to have at least 5,000 subscribers. So if y'all share the video, that would help me. I really appreciate that. Scope bet 10,000. Carol says Scope bet 10,000. He can tell you what happened. I don't know. I didn't hear that. Yes, Akia, I gotta have me a vacation. I'm trying to decide. Like I could do Jamaica. I could do Jamaica, New York, but because I loved it so much, being surrounded by all that water in Jamaica, and the fish is so delicious at those fish huts. Oh my God, that fish is so freaking good because it's fresh fish. They get it out the back water. They go with the way all that water surrounded by those huts and stuff. All they do is take their cane and go throw it in the back water and catch a fish and bring it in there. And that fish be so good. I'm trying to think of the name of that fish. I think it was called the rainbow. No, it wasn't a rainbow trout. It was that other fish. It's a colorful fish, but I would never eat it again because when I pulled the fish up, it had teeth just like a human being. It almost scared the hell out of me. I mean, that fish was so good at that fish hut. We stopped. That's what we stopped at when we first got there. And it wasn't rainbow fish. They called it parrotfish. Y'all look up parrotfish. It was so good, parrotfish. And so I was like, let me look up that fish. I typed the name in on Google and pulled up a parrotfish. It's got teeth just like a human being. I almost died. I said, oh my God, that's what we was eating in Jamaica. It was so good. And it got teeth like a human. And I just wanted to pull it up because I was like, I was like that parrotfish in Jamaica. They grilled it. We stopped at that fish hut. It was so good. I just got to see what it looked like, and I sure hate I looked at. I hate I looked at it because it's got teeth like a human. Pimp That Ride says, you are a smart woman. I am very surprised you haven't looked at Raven or her dad's interview. I haven't. I haven't looked at it, Pimp That Rides. I haven't looked at it. See, I've heard people say that Raven have done a lot of interviews. They say her stories are inconsistent. Now, I have seen Raven on Skull's show, and I've looked at, to be honest, I've looked at maybe a little bit of it. But I have not seen all of Raven's interviews where people say that her interviews, when each time she do an interview, they're inconsistent. There are a lot of people that follow her, and each and every interview that she do, they follow that. See, I haven't looked at all of her interviews to know if they're inconsistent. Thank you, Hip Thing. That's what I mean. As far as her dad, I remember her dad. I remember looking at some of his interview, and they say he's done several. I don't know. I have not seen several. I seen a snippet of when it first happened in Memphis, where he did an interview and he said that they were standing over in the corner. He said, unfortunately, he said Dolph and his brother was standing over in the corner and they was looking down, looking into their phones. He said they never saw it coming. He said, right. It might have been in that same interview. He said, no, it had to have been, maybe it was another one on the news where he said he walked up and the guy was going crazy and he didn't know what had happened. And he said, I honestly thought that he had shot the place up. So maybe that was another interview. Maybe I did see two interviews on the news. I don't know. But as far as following in-depth interviews, I have not. Because people come on and say, well, you heard all of her inconsistencies. Hell, no, I don't. Because I have not looked at all of her interviews. I've seen snippets when I've tuned into Skull's show when she was on there in the past and looked at it for about 5 or 10 minutes. And that was it. Maybe 1 or 2 times. So when people say, well, you know about her, I don't know. because I don't look at every show she's on. I have not heard every story that she is told. Dennis Martin said she said enough for people to play with her interactions of conversation and attention. But remember, we wasn't there. Right. We was not there. Thank you, Hip Thing, for your donation. I really appreciate it so much. And see, that's what I be trying to get people to understand. Like, that's why I always say justice is going to prevail anyways. Right? That's why I always ask y'all, I say, listen, don't y'all think if those people was in there telling on each other, do y'all think they would have already told on the cookie people? If they're telling on, if they're naming names, I would think they would have named the cookie people before they named their own partners. That's what I would have thought. I don't believe all that physical fairy tale BS is bigger than that bigger dimensions and more spiritual. That's true. Because we're always in a spiritual battle every single day, anyways. People fight against good and evil. I experienced that today. Okay. We're all human. When I got to looking at what that case that I took, when I really got to pulling paperwork and looking at what I was gonna be in for, you know, which it was a learning experience because all I did was just scratch the surface before I took it. But I was sitting mad all day because I was trying to think what I should do to get back to. You have to be careful because I was thinking a lot today because I was upset. So people always fight against, good and evil. That is letting it go and just knowing better the next time, especially if you're gonna deal with that person to dig deep, because it's always a learning experience. Or you could sometimes and you cuss them out, and that's what I was dealing with today. Because I was like, I want to cuss a B out because it's not worth it to me. And in some cases, and sometimes when you cuss folks out, you feel better. In some cases, depending on who it is, you go ahead and get it off your chest, and then you feel better. And see, that's what I can't understand. Like, people are so emotionally like messed up that, and they're so emotionally messed up, they're unstable. Cohen says, Miss T, I'm following you, and Skullhole, he told on there TV, but me 10,000. I can tell you what happened because he has the footage. That is what Skull said. Oh, wow. Y'all don't think he was just playing? Y'all know Skull, they say, Skull seemed to joke a lot, but I don't know. I don't know because I don't. Skull is based in Dallas, right? I would hope that he has. I would hope that I'm gonna leave that alone. For real talk with Tamara, do you feel? I do. I feel a whole lot better. Democrat said, or you could talk to a reliable person. Hip Thing says he's a snake. Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Hakia said he was for real. See, I never heard him say that. Oh, she said he was capping. Hakia said he was capping. For real. Okay. And Dennis Martin says we also have to be weary of clickbait. I think he knows more than he puts out sometimes. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see that, so I didn't see it to know if he was joking or not. I don't know. Wow. It's still 111 people in here. Please hit the like button. Also, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, please share. And if you would like to become a member, you could definitely become a member. I share things in my members group with my members that I don't, a lot of times that I don't put on here. If he's showing footage of a murder in an ongoing investigation pretrial, he needs to be in jail. I'm trying to figure out how he would get that. That's why I said, was he playing? I'm trying to figure out how would he even get that video? Auntie Fee about the fact says, I want to know who was the cousin that was in the back office bagging cookies. Morris' son. Hip thing says he know everything and that's why he stopped covering the Dolph's case. T played Dolph, to be honest, you forgot yesterday. Okay. Auntie Fee, they keeping that person a secret. Technically, anyone following the case would know it's illegal to be an obstruction of justice. Your God doesn't tell you don't act off emotions. What's the name of that song, y'all? That Doll song. What's the name of it? Let me see if I can pull it. Rest in peace, Young Dolph. What's the name of that song? Valerie Cornelius will probably get a bond, but it ain't no telling how much it's gonna be. It might be 10 million. I never said he wouldn't get a bond, but ain't no telling how much it's gonna be for it because he gave Cheryl Wright a bond. It was 20 million. Kimberly bans me from typing because I don't believe exactly what you do. It's called freedom of speech. Grow up and look at different points of view. Stop acting off emotion. The industry is a dirty business. Let me see if I can find that. They just wouldn't let that young man live. And these folks think these people think God gonna let them enjoy life because they've been doing this. Sometimes you could do stuff for so long that you think you're right. And then you can mess around and do it to the wrong person and God gets you. Let me see. I'm still trying to. Y'all bear with me. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. It won't let me do it. Okay, it won't let me. Let me see something. Let me try one more thing. This one might let me. Okay, this one let me. Okay, here it is. It's 109 people on. A lot of people jumped off. I was taking too long, huh? Hold on, let me see. Hope they don't cut the live off. This is gonna be my first time ever hearing this one. That's my first time ever hearing that song. I like that. To be honest, I don't care about your opinion. Where the check at? That's a tagline right there. Where the check at? And he got to the money. Even his haters said they had to salute him because he knew how to get money. He knew how to get money. You know. That's something. Y'all put those dolphin signs in there. Yeah, it's Dolphland. Put those dolphin signs in the chat. And we're gonna be praying for justice for Dolph. We want for God to allow this to be a thorough investigation where everybody that was involved in this was taken down. It is taken down. But we do know that justice delayed is not justice denied. And although some people may get by, or maybe they just instigated it, God is going to get them in the end. And they're going to be a lot worse off than the people that was actually convicted. So, people have to reap what they sow. You got to be animalistic to hate somebody so much that you sit up and you make fun of their death, and then you still try and taunt their artist. You don't want their artist to prosper, so you don't want, you tell people not to play their music. I mean, it's just sick on so many levels. It really is. And in situations like this, God definitely always have to step in, and there is a God. It's just that a lot of people don't give reverence to God no more. That's why they do evil things, and they feel like people are going to get away with stuff, because you got people, when I hear people say ain't nothing going to happen, it ain't nothing that could be done, that means that they're putting man before they put God. And I never put anybody higher than God, ever. That's why you don't ever hear me say that, because God is a just God. God says you have to reap what you sow. I know they're going to get the people that was involved in this, everybody, God, they're going to reap what they sow. They are going to get it back. It's coming back around. 9B says, imagine taking out your enemy, thinking it would put you on top, and your enemy becomes immortalized. Isn't that something? That was the first thing. That was the first thing that happened. It backfired. Rest in peace, Young Dog says, I don't think Glock coming back to Memphis. He not even going there on tour. Well, I can't blame Glock at this point for not coming back to Memphis, because you got a bunch of Negroes that's on phentermine. What is it called? Phentermine? What's that drug that they're on? Phentermine and on heroin that'll do anything for $1,000. Phenyline, phenol or something. That would do anything for $1,000. Phentermine, those diet pills, right? Shoot, they might be on them too. These folks take anything for a buzz. But y'all better get off them, because they're going to give you a heart attack. I'm going to tell you that right now. Yeah, and opioids. They taking Percocets like it's crazy. They brag about taking Percocets. They on these X pills and everything. It's so sad what they're doing. That's the reason why they're zombified. It's so sad. And I'm beginning to think some of these people that sit them hits is on this cocaine. They real bad off. You could tell when something is going on with them by their look. Their look tells it all. Yes, they are sick and demonic, and they have doing all of this for money. They act like they don't got to leave this earth and go somewhere else. But they do. But they will do all this devilish stuff just for instant gratification. But they such cokeheads and junkies that they feel like what they're doing is right. A lot of them are junkies, undercover junkies. They all on cocaine and everything. I said cocaine. Cocaine is a rich man's drug. Okay. A lot of them on that nose stuff, on that what do they call it? That nurse. They call it, that's the code word. That nurse. Yeah, they're selling fake pills and killing people. There used to be a time, but I know that's been many moons ago, because I'm 43. People did not try different pills and drugs and stuff like that. They were scared to, because they understood, they just say no. He said the dope is everybody's drug. Rest in peace, Young Dog says Black Youngster on that baby powder. Whatever he on, it's got him looking soulless. You can always tell when somebody is on something. The look change. It's something. Moneybagg Yo's look has changed. The look change. Gotti might not be on a whole lot, because he got to be able to play them like a funky piano tune. He probably the only one that ain't on nothing. Dolph passed out $20,000 to some people that got fired for playing his music. Wow. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the voice changed too. Look at Lil Wayne's voice. Lil Wayne been drinking that lean. Every time you saw Lil Wayne, he had a cup in his hand. I think it burned out his throat. His voice don't even sound the same. Sound like he's straining every time he talk. He be, He just, and Lil Wayne was one of my favorite artists. I can't stand to hear him talk. It make my flesh crawl. But every time you saw him, he's so addicted to that lean, like Soulja Boy. You know, that's liquid heroin. Why would you want to drink something like that? That's what I say about our people with those codependent personalities, looking for a buzz to try to get away. You got all that money and stuff. You're able to go buy whatever you want, ain't got to worry about a bill allegedly. And you want to sit up and drink lean and stuff all day to try and be high? I would want to be who I was. I wouldn't even want to be high because I would want to be able to enjoy the moment of not having to work no more, being able to just buy whatever I want, and you keep yourself high. And it is a very dangerous drug, that lean. Yeah, it does have those neurological defects. But these folks is popping all kinds of pills. I was reading that those X pills, that is a psychotic drug, but a lot of people take it because they say it does mess with your dopamine and what else, that other gland that makes you over sexual. And that's what I'm talking about. Like these men, but that's a crime though. Anybody that's doing that need to be in jail. That's what they be spiking these young ladies' drinks with, and it makes them overly sexual. You know, I never understood people and wanting to spike somebody's drink so that they can be overly sexual and do anything. You know, I think that's the problem now. You know, I think about some of these young ladies, and I ain't got no problem with nothing that nobody does. But it has always been very turned on. It has always turned me on to know that there were certain things that a man wouldn't do. When they do anything, it turns me off. No standards. You like for people to have some type of standard. And these folks are doing anything because they're on all types of drugs. You know, some of this stuff they do, I didn't even know it existed. And I'm serious, like I didn't even know that people did a lot of the stuff that these folks are doing. I mean, they worse than the cave people. You know, let me be quiet. Meth is worse than cocaine. Wow. I'm a Alpha Capricorn, so apologies where apologies needed. What you apologizing for, Dennis? What happened? Oh, Kim is a Capricorn too. Oh, y'all. So y'all had some words, okay? Yeah, but it's just sad. I think our people are in a state of emergency. That's just sad. And I hate it for these young ladies. Like, I can't get past the young lady who was over there. She was on Skull Show. She said that Straight Drop had paid her for sex. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. She could have been advertising, because she said, you know, I'll screw all of them if they pay me. You know, and you could tell that she is a young lady in her 20s. You are willing to allow people to intertwine with your soul like that, because spirits transfer. That's the reason why these people are so messed up and confused, because they jumping in and out of bed with everybody, and each and every time they leaving their residue, and all them spirits and stuff are transferring, and everybody's screwed up just about. I'm serious. People have made sex into a god. It's not even enjoyable anymore, because it's all about what you can get a person to do. And these folks are on all kinds of drugs and stuff. Like, that's the thrill of it. How low can you get a person to go? Right? These ungodly soul ties and stuff. I don't even like people touching me physically a lot, because I know spirits transfer. I struggle with enough stuff. I have to deal with that unforgiveness. I'm very loyal, so I don't forgive. That's between me and God. Once you cross me, I'm not going to forgive you, because I'm a rider. If I say I'm behind you, I got your back. But if you cross me out, I'm done with you. And you better hope I don't try to get my lick back, because I don't leave an enemy behind. But that's something I have to deal with God. But it comes from a place of being loyal. That's why I only have a very, very few people. But people will sell their friends and their people out for a dime. I ain't talking about loyal to the point of affecting my livelihood. Because if you're involved in something that's going to affect my quality of life or my livelihood, I'm not gonna have you in my life. I'm not more loyal to somebody else than I am to myself. But if you cross me, I'm through with you. You just don't get a second chance to screw me over. My dad always taught me that. That's why when people get mad and they start going off, my dad always said, you don't get to do me how you want to do me and then come back and say, I'm sorry. God said forgive. That's between me and God. You sorry. Okay, I can, hey, you sorry. It's all good. But you just can't do me in the kind of way and then think you could come back and tell me you sorry. It don't work like that. It just don't work like that. But that's what people do. They think they could treat you in the kind of way that what God has said forgive. But that's between me and God. Because you just don't get another chance to cut me, because I am a loyal person. The people that are in my circle, my small circle, I'm very protective and territorial. You're not getting to them through me. And I don't have a lot of friends because I don't know a whole lot of me's. They'll bend in a minute for a cheeseburger. Valerie says, I hate when people do that. I have learned when a person shows you who they are, believe them. That's right. That's right. Like I said, I never thought I would live to see how so many women. Yeah, I had gotten sleep. I drank me some of that cold coffee. It is giving me energy. That latte, that cold iced coffee I had just was from Starbucks. I bought some at the store. It's so good. I'm gonna have to stop buying it too, because it is so good. I mess around and I've been losing weight. I get fat again. Because when you sit riding and sitting around these cars and stuff, it's easy to get fat. When you out on these cases and you're on the go. But like I said, I never thought that vanilla latte, and you can get it out of Kroger's from that Starbucks vanilla latte. It is so freaking good. You can buy it from Kroger. But I never thought I would live to see when women got a lot of gratification out of seeing other women hurt. See, I'm not a hurt woman. And I've gone through my things too, and I'm not perfect either, because I can cut a shine, when provoked. But I'm not, I don't ever go and start anything because I stay in my own world. I have too much going on. I can do without going to start unnecessary trouble, But I never thought I would live to see women get gratification out of seeing other women hurt. And you see so many women now trying to just take down other women. They just try to take them down. Like all of this evilness in the atmosphere. Women don't stick together like they used to. It's just it's sad. Like I've never gotten any gratification out of seeing a man speak illy of a woman. Because I know if he spoke bad about her, he would speak bad about me. But instead, you see a lot of women encouraging it and glorifying it or whatever. And then there are so many women that got that controlling demon on them. They be ready to try and end anybody, especially if they got a false sense of who they are that do not agree with them. You don't agree with me, I'm gonna try to end you, and they get their asses whooped raggedy with the wrong one. And then it's always like back and forth, you know. It never ends. Like it's just too much evilness in the atmosphere. Like that's the I just for that's why I don't understand it. I don't understand. I don't crawl. When I say I don't crawl into buckets, when people go, why don't you say something about this? I'm not gonna get on no YouTube and be going back and forwards with nobody. Okay, about not about no vlogs. For what? I don't understand it. I have real issues. I'm not gonna go back. I'm not crawling into no buckets. That's that crabs in a bucket mentality. I don't crawl into buckets. And I don't reside on the first floor. My elevator don't stay on the first floor. So when the elevator goes down too low, I don't dwell in those types of places. I just don't dwell in low places. You know, because it drains your energy. Um, you know, or whatever. But now, if I'm forced to fight, I'm going to win because I know how to fight physically and any other type of way. I'm a fighter. I was taught how to fight. I remember when we used to, when I worked for the police department, we used to always have a saying, especially when we was out on the street. You would hear officers say, I'm getting ready to beat this MF across the head with this ink pen. That means you know how to write up stuff, and there ain't gonna be no lie either. Okay. So I know how to fight physically and other ways. So that's why I always say I don't like getting pulled into no stuff. Just let me be. Let me be the weirdo I am. Let me solve crimes and cases and think all the time and leave me alone. And get on here and have fun with y'all. Kim said you have an empire to run time. Absolutely. It takes your energy away when you're constantly going back and forwards with people. You're giving them your energy. I don't have time for that. I mean, why can't you just just cheer somebody on and push on? Everybody has a difference of opinions or whatever. I like to see other people doing good, especially other women, because I understand. Being a woman, I understand. I do. I understand. But as far as going back and forth and crawling into buckets with anybody, I'm not gonna do that. But if I'm pulled into a fight, I don't lose. I don't lose. And I don't play fair. Because there is no fairness in war. I was always taught that. Hip Thing says they are mad because you have a little more than them. Shouldn't they be happy for you? Did you hit the y'all please hit the like button? But for the most part, I am a very peaceful person, and I like to see anybody do well. I be looking at some of everybody's stuff, Whether I agree with it or not, if you look at somebody else, you have to respect what a person does. I don't agree with everything that I see, but I'm not gonna be getting emotional because I don't agree with it and making vlogs about it. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. If I don't like what somebody is vlogging about, I just don't. Their channel is. I make sure that their channel is not even recommended, especially if they too crazy. I don't want to see it up and down my timeline. It's easier to stay away from stuff. I don't understand how people get pulled into stuff. If something is messing with your energy, stay away from it. Make it where you can't even see it. But if I'm gonna be going over there, I ain't gonna be going to their channels just to get mad. That's mental illness. That's mental illness because you can't control what other people do. So that's why I say some people I agree, I can respect them and because some of these people just got the gift of gab. They just got the gift to draw people in, whether you agree with everything they say or not. I know how to chew the meat and spit out the bone. Some of these folks flat foot funny. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in a bad way. But if I'm going to go to their channel and look at their stuff, even if I don't agree with everything, I can respect what they are doing. I'm not going to get all emotional and start making vlogs about it just because I don't agree with it. People are crazy. Like I said, I respect people. I'm big on that. I'm big on respect. I be looking at everybody's stuff. Player Cole, Auntie Fee, I be looking at Coat Figure, Sauce, Miss Lowdown. I be looking at some of all of them. Did I say Auntie Fee? I be looking at her. Be looking. It's quite a few people that I look at, but it's usually the same ones. It's usually the same ones. Some of these folks I just can't look at. I refuse to have a headache. I'll go and peek in on Skull from time to time. I've never really looked at Ratchet TV. Although I've seen the stuff on my timeline, I've never even really just peeked in there in his room. Who else? I feel like there's some people I'm forgetting. I just can't think right now. I guess it's late. You said Ratchet is a go? Okay, well, I'm gonna peek in there one day. There's somebody else. What's that young man's name? Who else do I be looking at? Oh my God, I cannot believe I can't think of I cannot think. Oh God, who else is it? It's somebody else. It's some more people I can't think right now. I don't know why I can't think, because it's like I said, it's only a handful. And like I said, whether I agree with everything or not is a different thing. But let's see. I've gone into his room before too. Setties. I've gone into his room. Oh Lord, D901. Oh Lord. Y'all hilarious. Yeah. I watch Ratchet TV and it's like a movie. Okay, with popcorn. You guys, I'm gonna have a guest on Friday. I'm gonna have a guest. We're gonna do an update on she's gonna be live on here we're gonna do an update on a show, on a missing person show. Remember, I told y'all that I did a show where a lady went missing after she divorced. She filed for a divorce from her husband. He broke her jaw, and when they was on vacation in New Orleans, and he went to jail, and she took her kids and came back to Memphis while he was still in New Orleans jail, packed up and moved to St. Louis. When she came back, when the summer ended, to get the rest of the clothes, she went missing. Remember, I was talking about that the other day. Okay, so her sister is going to be on Friday to give an update. She's going to give us an update. So we're going to have her on. And I'm excited about that. And I'm working on some more updates too. There's going to be another update that we're going to give. And then I'm looking at some more cases and stuff. Too. I'm looking at some more cases. I kind of like to scratch the surface before I air them. Y'all know what my dream interview. Y'all know who my dream interview is. I think I've said this how many times before, like a million trillion times before. I want to interview O.J. Simpson. I told y'all I was like obsessed with his trial. I was still in junior high school. Me and my librarian, on my lunchtime, I would go straight into the library and look at the trial. When I got out of school, the trial was still on because it was televised. I would go home and look at the trial. That time we had VCRs. Sometimes we would record it. I would have my mom to record it, and I would look at the whole trial. I was absolutely obsessed with the OJ case. I read every book that was ever written on the OJ Simpson case. Every book. And I still got Johnny Cochran's A Journey to Justice, a very inspirational book. I would advise anybody to read A Journey to Justice. I read Marsha Clark's. I read Chris Darden's. Chris Darden is very weak. The name of his book was In Doubt or In Contempt. He was very weak. That's why they lost that case, because he was so weak and emotional. And I read Paula Barbieri's. That was O.J. Simpson's girlfriend, The Other Woman. That was the name of her book, Paula Barbieri, The Other Woman. I was not that interested in that civil suit, but that trial of the century blew. I read Nicole's friend's book, A Life Interrupted, Faye Resnick. It was a lot of stuff in that book. I remember the names. I remember the titles of the books and everything. Like, I was so, and everybody was like, because I was like a teenager. Why are you so obsessed? I had no idea the direction that I was going to go in, because I kind of just started working for the police department by mistake. You know, it's not even something that I had ever planned on doing. I needed a job, you know, while I was in college, and it kind of just happened. But I didn't know the direction that I would go in after that. So, you know, the man that trained me to be a PI, he actually retired after 20. He was a federal agent, which was an FBI agent for 27 years. And he was in the process of retiring because, you know, in order to be a PI, you know, you have to pass numerous tests, and you have to have someone that owns a company to train you for 3 years, right? I think it's uniformed all the way across the board. He was getting ready to retire, and when I spoke with him, he actually went ahead and renewed his license just to train me, right? And he be doing work for me now. Sometimes I'd be so glad too, because he is so bad to the bone. But I said that to say this. I ended up meeting with the OJ case. When people say, well, how you know OJ is innocent? I watched that whole trial. And because things always come full circle through him, I had the opportunity to meet some ex-LAPD officers that was on the case before Mark Fuhrman was on the case in the OJ case. And they actually put those investigators off of the case because they was actually going in another direction. They knew that OJ did not kill Nicole, but that's not the narrative that Marsha Clark and them wanted. They knew that this would be the crime of the century if they centered it around domestic violence, a black man beating a white woman. They knew that. They wanted to get famous. OJ did not do that. He did not. The media has the a power to slant things and make people believe whatever it is that they want to believe. Y'all would be surprised by who actually put that hit on Nicole. Okay. I'll just say his daughters ended up becoming some of the most famous people that there is even to this day. He was actually having an affair with Nicole. That did not fit the narrative. And it kind of blew up in their face because they never thought that OJ would be found not guilty. Like, it's a lot. And those investigators are now PIs. They're in LA, but they opened up they're private. Most, when they retired, they became, they opened up some PI firms. They do private investigative work. Kim hit the nail on the head. Like I said, I knew even as a teenager when they, remember they said OJ had. That's why I said like Johnnie Cochran was a smooth operating attorney. He makes you want to be now. He makes you want to go be an attorney because even with that that sock, when he was presenting his case, he said, they said that he had blood all through his sock. He said, how is there going to, if there was a leg in the sock, how did the blood go all the way through the sock to the other side? How could that happen if it was a leg in the sock? And that's true. They had planted all types of evidence. But they spent the narrative. They made people get into stuff that didn't even matter. Talking about, well, OJ, he married a white woman. Well, that's his preference. You can't let people get you sidetracked because of their preference. That's his preference. He like white women. And that, that's his thing. He still didn't deserve to go to jail for a murder he did not commit. They're working on who is Ori? He says they're working on Ori, ORI. Who is that? Ray J is in the news about that K girl again. He made her, Kim Kardashian. They used the Kardashian sisters to screw up a whole generation of women. They marketed them to black people because white folks think they trash. And all these black men went crazy over them fake asses, them balloon asses, fake balloon asses and butt. And breast. And every man that they ever put their hands on, they put them in a sunken place, and they don't ever get well again. They barely make it out with their life. Look at Lamar Odom. Lamar Odom was up next to be a star. When he got with Khloe, she screwed his whole career up. Just like another FBI who retired said they gave evidence LAPD covers up Biggie death too. And the detective, all of the, with that Biggie's death, a lot of those officers and the people that worked on that department were gang members. Catalina said she thought she missed us. Hey, Catalina. Hakia said she's ready for the fourth marriage. She said, Miss T. Kim, who is that? Kim that's ready for the fourth marriage? How many times have Kim been? Yeah, that would be Kim, right? I tell you, she do a number on every man. Kanye used to be real smart. You know, he was just a real intellectual man. That man is past crazy. Cocaine might help him some. I'm just kidding. Oh my God, y'all, it's sad. I hate they did Kanye like that. He had Jay-Z and them started to mess with his mind, but Kim went on ahead and took him on out. Mm-hmm. That's why I was saying Key Glock need to stay away from Kim. I think she's zoned in on him. She's trying to get his attention. They probably told her, zone in on Key Glock. He's independent. And Dolph taught him the independent game. He going all up, all the way up. And they need her, like somebody was saying, to drain him. Cadillac says the pure Tony Montana king of coke is what he need. That might help him. That might help their mind some, I tell you. Yeah, he needs to stay. Yeah, he needs to stay away from Kim. Kim, there is nothing that those Kardashian women has ever done to help a man other than to help them ruin their lives. That's it. That's the only thing that they've ever did. Mm-mm. Yeah, I miss the old Kanye. They did a number on that man. I hate that. And these men still be wanting them. These men still be wanting those Kardashian women after all they done did. And everything about them fake. Cadillac said she missed the old Kanye. Me too. But God gonna get them back for what they did to Kanye. Jay-Z did. Jay-Z started all this stuff. He started Kanye to losing his mind. Kanye, it seems at one time that Kanye was his sent out boy. Remember when Kanye was jumping all up on stage talking about Beyonce should have won the award and all that? At one time, Kanye was Jay-Z's sent out boy. We kind of see the same thing with Gotti and who? Y'all fill in the blank. If you know somebody that know Key, tell brother to stay away from Kat. I'm telling you, I don't even know why Kim would even be desired. Any of those Kardashian women would even be desirable at this point because them twats is woe completely out. Everybody, they done been through some of everybody. All fake. That's why their bodies can't bear a child. Yeah, all that silicone in their booty and breast. And they're no Chloe has completely, she don't even look like herself. She completely made her whole face different. That's right, Democrat. The Kardashians dad is a home woman. That's right. They even messed Bruce up. They made him change it to. He ran the change to a woman. They messed him up so bad. So evidently, it starts from the head. It's a whole lot of witchcraft going on in that family. They snatching souls left and right. Kim says the Kardashians need a rejuvenation of their vajayjay. Shoot. That thing probably can't be reconstructed because it's through. Key Glock is a young man. He needs to get him a young woman that's got some things going for herself, not some old bat that has been through the industry snatching souls. I knew this lady who used to wear shades and stuff all the time when she was around certain people. She would always say, "I don't let people look me in my eyes. They try to snatch your soul." So she would wear shades and stuff. They said that's how you get cleared from any vehicular homicide, turn into a woman. Says, I remember eating cereal with Buddy on the box. Yeah, I remember Bruce used to be on the box. But I think Chris knew that Bruce was like in men. I couldn't understand though. Bruce turned into a woman and then he was dating women. He wanted to be a lesbian. He said he had a girlfriend. He was a lesbian. Y'all, them Kardashians messed up a whole generation. What kind of sense does that make? You a man, you still got your peckerwood, and or as Thaddeus Matthews called it, your wangama thing. Y'all, did he go get that thing chopped off? Because now they're saying he said he want to go be a man again. I thought he completely got his wangama thing cut off. Then he get it. He turned the whole thing in the other way. I think he did. And now they're saying he want to go back to being Bruce. But when he turned into a woman, oh, he looked terrible. When he turned into a woman, when he changed himself into a woman, he was still dating women. He said he called himself a lesbian. That's weird. Yeah, it's something wrong with them. Democrats said Bruce is still ugly. He looked better when he was a man. He looked better as a man. Cause them big old calves and stuff and he tried to wear heels. It looks gross. Mm, mm. That's why I can't understand some of these men, and I don't knock what people do when they mess with these trannies. I hope I'm not saying the wrong word. They mess with the transsexuals. They'll say, I didn't know, which is it's not my business. But you just can't defy God's law. Even when they change themselves, if they were born a man, you could tell they have big hands. That's something they can't do. They can't get medicines to do nothing about them big old feet and hands. You used to could identify a man by his Adam's apple, but lately I haven't even been seeing a whole lot of men with Adam's apples. He was wearing the girl's clothes they caught, and his secret was out. Wow. They was looking at OJ's son for the crimes too. Yeah, they were. I seen some homie win the Olympics. I seen homie win the Oh, so they can get their Adam's apple shaved down. Oh my God, they really messing with nature now. Oh my God. That's right. A man is a man to me too. And they mad because they want to be able to, teach our kids about this stuff. Like, let kids grow up and make their choice. You shouldn't even be talking to kids about sex, especially at 5 and 6 years old. I just don't believe that kids should be, even bothered or sex should not even be brought to their attention at 5 or 6 years old. Period. All right, you guys. It's 105 people on here. For those of you all, let me see how many let me see. Okay. Yeah, that's sad on so many levels. The way that he allowed his son to carry on, he's too young to do a lot of what's going on. But D Wade pretty sick himself. I don't know why D Wade don't go ahead and, tell his truth. Because it seemed like he in the closet about something. He hiding in the closet about something. His son get it from him. That's good, Democrat. I like who I am as a woman. Y'all, they trying to work on having men be able to get pregnant. That's what these scientists are doing. And we have nerve to vote in people that fund stuff like this. They're working on men being able to carry babies. I hope God strike the whole damn lab down. Blow the lab up completely. Whatever it is that they got in there, what they're trying to do. Y'all know these scientists do some evil things, right? The way that they experiment on dogs and animals and torture them, and how the dogs be crying and stuff. Those people that love those animals, those PETA people used to do campaigns, and they would put that stuff was coming in my timeline and stuff. It was almost giving me heart attacks and strokes and stuff. I could not stand to see how these folks torture animals. I one time I stopped even eating meat with the way they do the cows and the poor little piggies. As a matter, I think I'm going back vegan. I did it for a year. I couldn't. I was looking at. I couldn't take it. Y'all, they treat these animals pretty bad. That's why I don't have, like, when I see people mistreating dogs. And I saw a preacher, and he's a big time preacher too. I talked about him so bad on my show, it was ridiculous. They say he was rebuking me all in church. I wouldn't think about him. Um, he was on his he was on his he was on his social media. He's a real big time preacher right here in Memphis. And he had his damn shotgun in his hand. and he shot a mama bear that had cubs. And he's sitting all on top of the bear talking about this is going to be a rug with his fat ass. Oh, I'm getting mad. You supposed to be a preacher and you destroying life like that just to make that animal into a rug? Just completely destructive of life, but he'll get in the pulpit preaching and talking about God was the one that allowed him to shoot that bear. Giving God the praises for destroying that bear so he can make a rug. That makes me so mad. Not trying to be funny, Tamers. I just wanted one to give birth. Talking about the men, oh Lord. Yeah, they are messing with organs. A lot of these men going missing for their organs. That's true. Yeah, y'all should see how they do the whales. The whales are such smart animals, y'all. I love looking at whale documentaries. I call them people of the sea. That's what I call them, people of the sea. Like that's the water planets. They are so intelligent. The way that they do things, the cycle of life. But whales are such smart animals. I love whales so much. And beautiful creatures. They call them killer whales, but that's because they'll kill sharks and stuff. But they play with humans. They don't eat humans. And y'all should see how they cry when I was looking at this documentary. They be stealing these baby whales and stuff to go put them in the whale circus or whatever they call them, the water circus. And I saw where they had stolen this baby whale. I'm talking about the people. I said, Lord, I hope they both sink. Sometimes people too evil. We don't need them on this side of the earth. Let them go on wherever they gonna go. And that family of whales, the mother and that family of whales swam 600 miles behind their boat because they knew that they had stolen that baby whale, wanting that baby whale back. That broke my heart. Humans are such destroyers of life. And I love eating fish, but I ain't never ate no whale though. I feel like when fish are real big, you might as well just let them live. I wouldn't even want to catch a 200-pound catfish. That catfish is been in that water all that time. Let him stay. I think I'm going to stop eating fish. And I love fish. That's my favorite food. McNamee says they're killing them up in Thailand area. And they're killing them for the whale oil. They're killing them for the whale oil so that they can make all this cosmetic and stuff. And the whales cry so pitiful because they start stabbing them. They just start stabbing them, y'all. And the whales be crying. They're such intelligent animals. It's cruel on so many levels. That's why I say I hope the damn boat sink. Because when people are cruel like that, they don't need to be, That's why I say all these folks that's putting hits out and stuff, anytime you could be that cruel, they need to be the ones to die. Sometimes God will let their airplanes and stuff fall out of the air because God is going to protect his people, especially when you're trying to live right and you just sending hits and stuff just because you feel like I got the power and you breathe because I say you breathe. People like that are too destructive to be alive. It was happening in the Bible days, and I don't wish death upon nobody, but the Bible says the wages of sin is death. When you got people around here doing evil and just taking folks' lives just because they feel like I could push play on you, we don't need people like that on this. I could do without them. I could do without them because I want to see a generation of our youth and our young people live to get old. If it takes them dying out so that we can have a race that will flourish, let it be. We be sitting up praying, Lord, I ain't gonna, because words are powerful. Well, I just can't do that. He's sitting up raping and killing everybody in the neighborhood, and you sitting up talking about I'm gonna pray. You a weak man if all you doing is praying while somebody is destroying the women and children in the neighborhood. You sitting back, I ain't no snitch. I ain't gonna say no. What kind of man are you? We women can't even, and then it's talking about, well, my woman don't respect me. How could she? And you ain't protecting her. You got daughters that's got to walk in that neighborhood. I ain't never in my life wanted a man that I ain't never in my life wanted a man that I didn't feel would protect me. If I started to feel a little something, I can't depend on him to protect me. I didn't even want to talk to him because I don't like weak men. But instead, we got men that's going and laying down and taking time for other men just because they got money and they got children out here left out here, and they leaving it for the woman to take care of their children all by herself while he go lay down for another damn man and do 14, 15 years. I still don't understand that. We ain't got no use for nothing like him. So I'll never understand it. I will never understand that. It's some twisted stuff going on. People are completely twisted. The man is supposed to be the protector. That's why men are built different. They're built because different from women because they are supposed to protect us. Instead, a lot of them have become predators, or they feel like they ain't supposed to protect nothing else but a hard leg ass man. And damn they women and children. They putting other men before they put their own children. I gotta go do this time for my partner. You going knocking other folks off. Because if your partner truly had love for you, he'll put you up on some game for real. It's too much money in real estate and stuff. Why you think I didn't got into it? It's plenty. That's where the money is in real estate and land. Your partner bragging about all these different investments. If he really balling like that, if he really care about you, he can't put you up on no game on how to make a whole lot of money legally. You got to go take hits and destroy somebody else's family. But then they'll say they love you. And you believe it. Because they are down low, taking prison sentences for their daddies. Absolutely. These men all the time leaving their families to go to prison behind some other man. That's exactly what they're doing. My cousin had a friend. My cousin knows some hardcore street guys. We love them because I grew up with them, but they hardcore street guys. My cousin had a friend who had a baby mama who had just had a baby. And he was so low down, and she must have been mentally weak. They broke up into the police went in to their house, and he convinced her to take the drug charge. He told her, "You ain't been in and out of jail. A newborn baby. You hear what I say? A newborn baby. You take that charge for me." This lady got 15 years. That's what I can't understand. And he raised the child while she did his 15 years. I can't understand it for the life of me, because a real man gonna always protect his woman and his children. Ain't nowhere in the world a real man gonna ask his woman to take a charge for him, and she's sitting up with a newborn baby. Right before her release date, he was killed. If he had did his own time, maybe his ass still be alive. Now he dead. And his sister had to finish raising the child until she got out. I didn't go to his funeral either. I always thought that was low down. That was just too dirty. But you have to, my point is, you have to reap what you sow. He knew she was emotionally weak for her to even consider to go and doing that much time with a newborn baby. But if he had did his own time, he might still be alive. His mama had a girl. I would never leave my baby to do someone else's time. That's right. Especially if her face is already clean. No way. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed, please subscribe. Yeah, I grew up around a lot of soldiers, and they protected and provided for their women. That's what they did. So I just don't understand a lot of this stuff now. You know, I think the reason why a lot of these men can't catch a break is because of how they use women. And a lot of these women are thrown off. They're already emotionally thrown off and unstable. That's why they hate other women. That's why they hate other women, and they want to see other. You got some women that just flat out hate other women, especially if they feel like they got something else going, something going a little bit better or the potential. They hate them. They love to see other women hurting. That's a woman that's emotionally messed up already. They destroy their households and their homes. They're like a Kardashian. Here go this thing. Let me get this out of my chat. And that's a dangerous woman, because a hurt woman, a hurt, damaged woman is a dangerous woman. She's way more dangerous than a man could ever be. That's why I say, y'all, it's got to be some healing too. Some people are just bitter and mean, and that's sad. It is. That's why I blocked them. I have to block them every night. Kim says, also, I don't date men that sag their clothes. Real men. That's right. Pants and stuff all off his tail. I couldn't hit it fast enough. It said, please sit me at the table with money doing better than me. I want to learn. Right. I've always liked being around people that do better than me, because they could teach me something, and they ain't got time to hate. You notice people with money hang around people with money because they're always exchanging ideas. They ain't getting jealous of the other one because they ain't got time to be jealous, because they too busy making money. That's why I say your Gotti's situation is questionable, because when you really making that type of money, you ain't got time to hate on nobody. Look at how they want to have it with Snoop Bands and them young boys. Those are young, way younger men, half their age. When you making the kind of money you say you making, you ain't got time for stuff like that. That's why I say all that stuff is questionable to me. The authenticity of it is questionable. I'm dealing with someone who is bitter right now. I love them, but they just don't. But they just can't seem to get over being bitter. Well, then you probably need to cut them off, because you don't want that bitterness to start penetrating you, because those spirits will spirits transfer. I'm gonna tell you something. I used to And that's why I don't pray with everybody. There was this lady who called herself a prophetess. And she used to call me, and I liked her so much. I was so fond of her. She was a lot older than me. And she would call me and say, "Well, God told me to pray for you." And this lady had been through hell. She really needs some counseling. Every time, I don't get headaches unless I'm stressed out. I didn't, you know how a lot of people say they grow up with headaches. I don't get a headache unless I'm real stressed or mad. It's very seldom I get headaches. But every time I would get on the phone with her, she would call me to pray for me. I got off the phone with a damn headache. Because at first I would be so excited. I was like, Miss Deborah calling me to pray. And she was older and she would be speaking stuff. You speak those things that be not as though they were. But before we would get off of the phone, I would always have a headache. Because she would pray and then she would get into other stuff. And I had to start realizing, I was like, dog, I don't get a headache until when I get off the phone with her, my head be hurting. You have to be careful because you don't ever know what people have on them and what they are going through. That stuff will transfer. It will transfer. That's why I say spirits are real. Like I don't let people do a whole lot of touching on me because that spiritual warfare stuff is real. It is. You have to be careful because there are a lot of people that's always praying on you. I'm telling you, it's a lot of witchcraft and stuff in the atmosphere. These folks sick. Even when you talk bad about somebody, you really cursing them anyways. That's still witchcraft. That's why you have to consistently be praying and stuff. And I be constantly reversing stuff. Lord, I send it back to the sender. You have to be real careful too. That's why I say there are some people that you can't mess with. That's why a lot of these folks around here dropping dead because they got their mouth and they on the wrong people. They messed around and messed with the wrong folks. You ain't got to worry about man getting you back because God will get you back. See, a lot of these preachers ain't preaching like they should. They sitting up preaching a prosperity preach because they want to get the people emotional so they can get their money. They ain't telling folks, you can have your houses and cars and stuff, but you're gonna have to live right because God says, "I'm a God of wrath; He will whoop you." They don't preach that because people don't want to hear that. It turns people off because folks want to be able to do what they want to do, put witchcraft on you, shoot you, kill you, and do everything else, and then say, "Well, the Lord gonna bless me after I do all that to you." So they don't teach, they just teach plain prosperity. They don't teach about the laws of the earth. That's so that they can get your money. Whenever you get to tell them, well, you're gonna have to live your life right. Now, folks don't want to hear that because they want to be jacked up and get the gifts. That's why ain't nobody prospering like they could be. Now, I start telling them they're gonna have to live their life right. They're gonna have to stop being jealous and courting everybody's husband and using witchcraft and this and that. That's gonna run them away from the church, and they ain't gonna get my tithes and offerings. That's why people screwed up. They feel like they can do anything and then say, "Well, Lord, forgive me." They think they can shoot you and say, "God, forgive me," and go eat a steak. I'm waiting on my millions. God gonna give me millions. I asked for forgiveness after I took out that whole family. That's how twisted these folks is. These pastors ain't teaching right, and they know it. They wrong because they don't want to run off no tithes and offerings. And that's the reason why a lot of them been getting exposed and going on. I'll never forget years ago, and I know it was years ago because my oldest baby was in my lap. I went to this church in downtown Memphis. Jamal Bryant was coming to Memphis, and I had started looking at his sermons on, at the time, I think it was TBN. That's when I was really, really, really into just really getting deep into church. So it was 20 years ago. And I told my best at the time, my best friend Angie, I was like, we going to see Jamal Bryant. I love the way he preached, blah, blah, blah. So we went to the church. He was at a church in downtown Memphis. I've always been able to, I promise you, I told her when we walked into that church, and I kid you not, I said, I felt weird. She said, why? I said, did you see the way when that lady walked in, how he had his tongue out of his mouth? And she hollered. She said, you always looking for something. I didn't notice that. I said, look at how he looked at that lady that's supposed to be selling his sermons and stuff. I saw him lick his tongue out of his mouth. That man got a lust demon on him. I saw it to begin with, how he was looking at all those women. He didn't even realize that his tongue was falling out of his mouth. He was so lustful. And look at what happened years later. Right, they're not teaching because they don't really study the word. No, they just want to do a prosperity thing. Pastors now don't even have wives anymore. They got girlfriends. That's the trend. Look at Shawnee O'Neal. Her boyfriend is a big pastor. She travels with him everywhere. I know they ain't being celibate. I just don't, but they've been together so long. They could be being celibate, but I don't know. Yes, they have ran folks from the church. Right, because now a lot of these, Kawana says, Tamara's girl, they get these pastes on YouTube, say TD Jakes like men. But you never can tell. Look at what happened with Eddie Long. I always knew it was something with that too. He liked to wear them too little shirts. I don't trust the man that like wearing too little shirts and stuff, showing all up against his titties and all of that, his breast. His shirts were always too little. Why would he like spandex too little shirts? And here's the thing, it's hard for me to ever believe that a woman, let alone a woman that's been married 30, 40 years, because we're women. We're going to know, if we're dating a man, we're going to know all of his habits. We study men. A woman studies everything about her man, even if she play like she don't know, she know. It's hard for me to ever believe that woman's husband did not know what he was doing. She knew it before anybody else knew it. He does for real have the spirit of lust on him, Jamal, and he ain't trying to fight it. Let them keep playing to fail to their deaths in the pulpit. I'm telling you, God ain't playing with these folks. Yeah, he wore those and it's still smoke and mirrors around his death. He lost all that weight, and they say it was cancer. That's what they say. I think that, well, they never said what it was. They never said whether it was cancer or not. That's how you know something wrong. Because if he died of cancer, why wouldn't they just say it was cancer? Why would they keep it a secret? That man got sick in a matter of months and went down. Whatever it was, ate him up in a matter of months. I'm telling you. Thank you, Maul. Is it Maul? Hello. So, no, I don't trust any man in a tight shirt. Right. He said he went on a vegan diet and everything. Right. They never said, because they never would say whether it was cancer or not. If he had cancer, it would seem like they would have said he had cancer. But they never said what he had. But he was looking I just know it didn't look right. Thank you, GK1. It didn't look right. So what's going to have to happen is they're going to have to start back teaching the truth. That's why a lot of these people jacked up, and a lot of these lawmakers we're going to have to get in newer lawmakers that's going to really help to get these drugs off of the street, instead of encouraging people because folks now get stressed out and go get on medication. I went and got on me some depression medicine. Do you know what's in those depression pills? People don't like to deal with nothing no more. They run from everything. They don't like feeling down. As long as I've ever lived, people have mood swings all the time. You don't feel the same way every day. Nobody is happy every day, but now they're saying because you might be unhappy for 2 days that you're depressed and you need to be on some medicine. And these drugs is what's messing you up, because they got these drugs now, the way it is designed, when you get on this stuff, it's hard to get off. I'll never forget when my grandmother had died. And they got a lot of these preachers now that are counselors that work with these pharmaceutical companies. I kid you not. I used to go to this church, and I loved that church too, and I left. I told y'all, when my grandmother passed away, I did not grieve for about 7 or 8 months. Like, it didn't hit me until Christmas, some years back. And so, right. And I remember I said, well, I started crying and I couldn't stop because it hit me. Like, I went the other way. I drove like the long way on the expressway. I would not go past the St. Francis Hospital because that's the last place she was at. So finally, somebody was like, well, why don't you go? I was like, I'm not going to see no damn psychiatrist. And so one of my friends was like, well, the pastor at the time, he's a therapist, and you can get some spiritual counseling, some grief counseling. And I said, okay, that sounds about right. I never forget, I was getting my grief counseling, and I was starting to feel better because you just want to talk it out, because I'd held it in. I was being strong for my mom and everybody. And I'll never forget that day. I walked in there for my session, and that pastor's voice, and he was my pastor, his voice changed. He said, have you ever had suicidal thoughts? His voice changed. I said, no. Ain't nothing wrong with me but miss my grandmama. He said, but the way but when you come in here, sometimes you cry. I think you're suicidal. I think you need to get on medicine. I said, I ain't getting on no damn medicine. That man sat there and tried to convince me to get on medicine because he had a contract with a psychiatrist, and they was promoting a drug, this drug for this pharmaceutical company. That's how these churches make money. That's why you see them giving all this grief counseling. I said, I ain't getting on no damn medicine. And I never went back to that church. I was hurt. Yeah, his voice changed. I went in, I went in there from oh my God. And some of these people believe in their pastor so much. They'll get on that medicine. I'm serious. I was hurt that man was trying to get me to take some crazy medicine. Well, I'm not gonna call it because I don't know who all on meds, but you know, some what's the other word for it? Not crazy medicine, but because I don't want to offend nobody. What's the other word? What's the political word? Not crazy medicine, the political word. Mental meds. That's what it is. That man was trying to get me to take some mental meds. I could not believe it. Like I said, his voice changed. I said, I am not getting on no damn medicine. I ain't having no damn suicidal thoughts. He tried to make me think I was suicidal. So because they had a contract with a pharmaceutical company. That's why you see so many churches offering grief counseling. It's a shame before God. Super sticker. Thank you, Mama to be ×5 for the super sticker. And they get you on this medicine and it's hard for you to get off when all these folks is doing is grieving. But they trying to line their pockets. It's sad, like how people are hustling. That's why so many people are messed up mentally. They trust in the wrong people. Can't even go to the church and get no grief counseling without them trying to put you on some meds and get you addicted to meds. Because from what if you listen to some people that are on those mental meds and stuff, they can't function unless they take them, and that's sad. He wanted to take that opportunity in my weakest moments and put me on crazy medicine and get me addicted just so that they could get some money. Yeah, well, the counseling sessions was in the church. Whew, and it's a lot of people that would have taken that bait because their pastor told them to do it. All because they have contracts and stuff with these pharmaceutical companies. It is a shame before God. It is and that's why you see the younger kids get smarter as the years go by. I'm talking about as far as the youth, they up on game. So the church does not appeal to them because even though a lot of us, you know, we're you know, we go to church because we grew up and stuff going to church. You see a lot of these younger kids when they go to church, they already know, Mama, why are you giving him your money? That man running game. They understand game right off the bat because they are more advanced. That's why you can't get a lot of these kids to go to church. Because now when you think about it, it's a shame when you go to church. The church is supposed to be they're supposed to have a storehouse for the women, a storehouse for the women and the children, the widows and the children. They're supposed to be, which means they're supposed to be taking care of the community. Now these folks, for many years, you know, it bothers me because you have like old people who are so dedicated, they already on a fixed income and they will give their last dime. And they don't have any qualms or feel bad about tricking or getting a person who's on fixed income, you know, to give them, they'll say, you give me your light bill money and God is going to give it. But you ain't got no faith. If you got your bill money and you don't give it to me, that means you ain't got no faith. When he ought to be trying to tell, you know, you don't believe God gonna bless you, when he ought to been trying to tell, Because I feel like you already blessed if you got your light bill money. And not giving it, you a fool to give it to a pastor. You blessed if you got it. But that's how they have guilted people. And you got older people that will give their last dime because they'll say, well, I want to go to heaven. I want to go to heaven. I got to get my light bill money. And they sitting in the dark while he driving Rolls Royces and she walking to church. It's raining. He riding by, his tires splashing on top of her water on top of her head while in his Rolls Royce while he riding on by her. Won't even give her a ride. Carolina says, I wish I could give my light bill money. She said, I wish I would give my light bill money to a pastor so he could flip it. Church supposed to be like a spiritual washing, right? And they really supposed to be taking care of the elderly people. I have a passion for children and seniors. In the Chinese culture, they have a lot of reverence for their seniors. They take care of their seniors. They feel like when you're young, the seniors take the older people take care of you. When they're old, the children take care of them. And that's how it's supposed to be. But we got so many damn selfish folks that's just flat. And a lot of people in the Black community are these, especially these younger kids, they're on drugs. They cracked out. And so they're selfish. They got grandmamas and stuff. Grandmamas is 28 now. I'm talking about like some of those ones like around our age in their 40s and their late 30s. They might have a grandmother that's about 60 or 70. But even now, a lot of them are so selfish. They still leaning on their older mother and grandmothers to take care of them instead of taking care of them. Right. And the hungry and sick, the church is supposed to be a hospital. That's right. The widows, orphans, and those in need. That's true. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, which means it's 4 o'clock in the morning in places like up north. Stacy L. Spencer of New Direction, not stingy. He really do give back. Salute to the ones who really salute to the ones that really do give back, because there are some good preachers. I was not grouping all of them together, because there are some really good preachers that do what they're supposed to do for the community. If you up under a preacher, and I don't mean no harm, if you up under a preacher and he prospering and you ain't, you probably you up under the wrong person. Because I feel like if a person it's supposed to be an overflow, because the blessings ain't just for the preacher. It's supposed to be an overflow, a domino effect. Mm-hmm. Of Hayward, Grace Bible Church of Hayward. Okay. Have y'all hit the like button? Also, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I'm getting ready to wind it down, y'all. I'm tired. It's still 104 people in here. I wonder, it's 105 people in here. I wonder who's in the chat, because it's in the room, because it be the same like 15 people or less that come in the chat, That means it's a good 90 people. It's a good 90 people, you know, that just sit in the back rooms that be in here that never say nothing. I found it weird. Right. They be lurking. How come who in here? I want introduce yourself. Put your let me know who's in here. It's 102 of y'all in here. They haul some of them left. They haul ass when I said that. All right, 145 likes. Y'all, please hit the like button. Even those in the back room, hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed, please subscribe. Kim said they in the bushes. They are in the bushes, though. They in the bushes. Child, they in the bushes. I ain't tell nothing on the Dawes case tonight, y'all. I don't think I did. Anyways, I don't even, did we talk about the Dawes case? We did just earlier, I think. Oh, thank you. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And also hit the like button. What's that? Fumanchu? Fumanchu? Fumanchu. Fumanchu. Antonio from Oakland, California. Oh, Oakland, California in the house. Thanks for joining us for Manchu. I appreciate you you joining and listening. I appreciate that so much. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Also, if you have not liked the video, make sure you like the video. I'm trying to see some. Okay. Deborah says, "Good morning, everyone." You got people getting up ready to go to work. I'm watch when I'm over at the office today. I'm gonna be so half asleep. But thank God, though, I got a little thing back there in my back office where I can lift my legs up and take me a little nap because I'll be in the office today. I might have to go out in the field today. I think I might have to go out. He was here. Was he here when Big Stepper popped in? Big Stepper popped in tonight? Yeah, I didn't see Big Stepper pop in tonight. He did. He sure didn't say much if he popped in. I didn't see Big Stepper tonight. I am, y'all. I'm tired. I'm getting ready to end this live. Yeah. Okay, Kim says she didn't see Big Stepper. All right, you guys. I want to thank y'all for tuning in. It has been an absolute pleasure. I really appreciate y'all cheering me up. See, y'all kind of cheered me up. So, like this live, we didn't really talk about anything specific. We just kind of chatted and had fun. And I really appreciate that. Y'all hung out with me to 3 in the morning. In some places it's later. In some places it's early. But I truly appreciate that. I want y'all to have a blessed day today. For those of you all that's got to go to work, I pray God's blessings over you all. To ask God to go before you, and those of you all that's get ready to go to sleep, I pray God's blessings over you. Y'all have a good night. I love you all. Talk to you later.